The Finance Committee for Wednesday, March 20, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Thank everyone at home for watching. A couple things to start out with. If everyone could please silence their cell phones, that would be great. The other thing is this meeting is being broadcast by SMAC and recorded for future viewing enjoyment. Seriously. Okay. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
Excuse me, before we open the public hearing, I'd like to make a motion. In the motion is on the revenue sheet. I see that there's a room occupancy tax with an amount of $443,826. It's my understanding that the source from which we got that revenue is no longer in play because it's a shelter in place. So I would like to make a motion to remove that amount of money, $443,826 from the revenue sheet.
The revenue, Mr. Calter, would you like to address this? The hotel revenue?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the whole question. I haven't heard the whole question, but I think I know what it is. The source, where we're going to get hotel revenue?
No, I was actually making a motion to remove that amount of money from the revenue sheet. It's my understanding, while I heard you say the other night that the state said they were going to make it whole, unless we have something in writing to follow, to be consistent with what we're doing, that's why I made the motion to remove it.
Sure. I can get that in writing. The Department of Revenue is administering money to the municipalities, quote unquote, to keep them whole. That's what I've been assured from the governor's office. But that's true of almost every grant and every revenue source we have, that there's no guarantee that it will flow. By way of example, this year we got a 9C cut on revenue we had already accounted for and had planned to spend, and found out the government cut it in half. So the government will not give a guarantee. They reserve the right, it's called the 9C Line Item Act, to cut revenue coming to us at any time of their choosing.
And that's why I'm asking.
Is there a second on this?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question. Is this open for discussion?
Yeah, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I'm curious. It's a question through you. I just want to know, where does the money actually land if it comes in after town meeting? Where would the money land?
Like all money, it would land in the general fund.
Okay, so through you, Vaughn, maybe to yourself, if it comes in after town meeting, do we have the ability to transfer the money to the positions that are expected to be covering that amount of money? Can we do transfers?
My understanding is that the revenue will come in before the end of the fiscal year.
Well, I'm saying no, if it comes in after we don't know.
A lot of revenue comes in after town meeting, but we still budget it. I mean, it happens all the time.
No, so I'm wondering, would the town be able to hire the people or put those positions in and then get the funding after it shows up? What would happen to those positions if we started the positions on July 1st, but the money wasn't in yet? And then eventually, let's say it came in September. Do we have the ability in September to transfer from the general fund to the positions that were already
in September? Yes, we would have the ability. We could do it at a special town meeting. But the revenue sheet has estimated revenues. And a lot of that comes in after town meeting anyway, because people might pay their taxes on May 7th or something, or June 1st.
Right, but I think that when you look at the nature of the motion, it's to keep the town from being left behind on that amount of money if it doesn't show up.
But we're doing FY25.
Correct.
So
That's what I'm talking
FY25 doesn't even start till July.
Excuse me, isn't that the purpose to have a supplemental? So the revenue sheet, for accounting, you have revenue. Once you have your revenue, then you decide what you're going to expend, which is what this budget is. So given that we know that money is not there right now,
None of the money is there right now. This is FY25.
but as Elizabeth, our town accountant, said the other night, she leaves a cushion for the levy. There's abatements in here that are considered. This is a known, and I'm being conservative because we were told it's 500,000. I'm actually only, asking to remove what's here because it is a known.
Well, we wouldn't remove 500 if there's only 440 there. It's a revenue estimate going forward. It's not where we are now because this is for FY25.
And then the budget also needs to be an estimate based on those revenues. So do you understand?
I completely understand.
Okay, so I'm asking as a recommendation for the Finance Committee to be fiscally conservative and remove that from the budget.
So you want to remove all revenues that we currently don't have?
No, Vaughn, please don't put words in my mouth.
Just asking.
My motion speaks for itself. It speaks to the dollar value on a subject matter we have discussed in depth.
Okay, so your motion is to remove $440,000 from the rooms tax because you believe that we will not get that. Is that correct?
It's to remove $443,826. Yes.
Laura? Or Lauren? Sorry.
For Mr. Coulter. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So typically when you have hotels, right, and you get the taxes from the hotels, it comes directly from the hotels, correct?
Correct.
So where does that money go coming directly from the hotels?
When it comes to us. There is no room tax assessed to shelters as there are to hotels. So it's not like there's money going in there and they're not sending it to us. They're not collecting room tax.
Right.
So after we wrote to the administration, they assured us that they will be reimbursing us for the deficit caused by their policy to use our hotels as migrant centers. Just a point of interest, Mr. Chairman, you made it, I'll just say it a different way as a former legislator, 100% of the money promised to us from state government is at risk. 100%. SOA, Chapter 70, Chapter 90, unrestricted local aid, grants. If the revenues from the state continue to turn downward, and they have in recent months, then they will do a 9C cut, as I did 6 out of 12 years when in the legislature, and just unilaterally cut their promises to the municipalities, and we have to learn to survive. It's not uncommon. It happens all the time. Every dollar the state is promising us is at risk.
All right, thank you for that. Dave, you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lauren still has the floor.
So if we don't end up getting that money, just say we don't get it, then what do we do with all the positions we've already hired and everything? Like, what happens in that situation?
I think that's a question for another department, but we have a net negative new hires for the municipal side of the government.
Okay.
So we've got fewer than we had last year, unlike the schools that have many more than they had last year. And that's not a shot, that's just a fact. But we talked the other night about having free cash at the end of the year. There are other accounts, for instance, the ambulance account, new growth, other fees that have been increased this year. We will have, this year, we have $4.9 million in free cash. So if there's one department, if revenue is short in one department, there are no expenses associated with that. That's not a department. But if we're $500,000, $430,000 short on revenue, we would use free cash to make up for that shortfall. Wow.
If I could address that.
If I can add maybe some information. And I believe, I don't have the exact information in front of me, but your free cash breakdown that Biz gave to you, I believe she did a holdback of what, $500,000 ballpark. Don't quote me on that number. So there's a holdback there to be conservative, not to use to fund articles, which, for example, if what you pointed out happened, you could utilize that. So it's actually the first year that we've had a finance director that's actually made that recommendation, which is, I think, a great recommendation.
Well said.
If I could just say, we have a policy that I just heard, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we're talking about using free cash in an operating budget. The free cash should be used for one-time projects and could also be used to go to increase our stabilization fund, to improve our bond rating. And that's why I'm asking to be fiscally conservative, that our expenses should match the estimated expenses should match the estimated revenue.
The free cash policy of the Finance Committee this year allows up to $2 million in free cash to be used in the budget. That's the policy.
That's right.
I was there when it was voted.
Both Dr. Baeta and our town manager in writing has stated whether or not that's our policy, maybe we should change our policy. It is not fiscally responsible to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes,
sorry. I
Mr.
know we
Calder.
should be doing one of those, but forgive me. The Finance Committee policy is clear to us when we do our budget. We have $2.8 million used in free cash over the last several years that we attempt, by mutual agreement with the Finance Committee, to reduce by $300,000 a year. It was our goal in our budget parameters to eradicate free cash completely from the budget this year. It's not the policy of this committee. It's not the policy of the Select Board. It was my personal challenge, our personal challenge, to take all free cash out. But then the schools came in at 7.1%. So that became impossible to do. But you use the word policy, Lisa. We're beating the policy of the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee's worked with us on that for the past 2 years.
Don't get me wrong, I think the municipal side is doing far better than another department.
But we're still meeting or beating the policy of the Finance Committee.
And I'm just suggesting that's a flaw.
Yes. Eric.
So just back to the motion, because it's relevant to the revenue sheet, correct? That's a staff document, basically. Would we even have the authority or jurisdiction to amend a document that they prepared? Because the motion is to amend that document, correct?
It's in, and I have a copy of it here, it's in our charter as a Finance Committee to make recommendations to the budget, and the budget is based on revenue estimates.
No, that's what I'm saying, but
Yep.
I want to make sure that...
We do have, this is a recommendation.
I want to make sure I'm clear on the motion. You want to, because your motion said to change the revenue sheet, correct? Or did I mishear your motion?
It's effectively reducing the expenditures, the budget, by
Okay,
that amount.
because it sounds like rather than maybe this motion, it would be just a matter of if you were really concerned that that money was not going to come in, then we should whittle down the budget through the course of our deliberations
That's
next
the
week.
intent.
Okay,
That's
so I
the
don't know that we
intent.
necessarily need a motion for that. I think just next week when we deliberate, perhaps you come in with specific cuts in mind that you would want to bring forward, but maybe that's a worse idea, Vaughn, sorry.
No, but thank you for bringing, that's what we're here to do,
Or
collaborate.
were it not to work out here, bring it up in the floor in town meeting.
Well, for us to
Which I can
assume
say 'cause I
that
won't.
money's not coming in, that according to Mr. Coulter, and I'm not questioning that, but according to Mr. Coulter, the state has said we will get. I mean, we can make the same theory on any revenue.
There's something
We don't
called
think it's going to come
trust
in.
but verify, and to go along with Mr. Anzavino's point about having things in writing, and might I mention, this money was in the revenue sheet before we as a town got assurances from the state. So the budget was prepared with that in mind when there was no promise on the table.
But you just said
Dave,
it. We got assurances from the state. That's what you just said.
Trust but verify, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yes, Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Vaughn. I think just what I wanted clarity on is I thought it was just a a correction that had to be made because there was already usage of free cash because of the problem with the hotel. The hotel money wasn't coming in, that we had to use $675,000 of free cash because it has nothing to do. So that's what I was wondering is, could we just clean it up because it would be duplicate sources for the same, it's not duplicate. That's good to know then. So yeah, I think I'm in agreement that if we're looking at something that we've asked and we don't really know the answer about a source of projected revenue, I don't know why we would use that as projected revenue.
Tonight is the first question to ask for it in writing.
I'm just saying, why would we leave it? Why don't we add that in when we get the promise? Why does it have to be done? Why does the revenue have to show up as available before we have it?
We don't have any of the revenue. It's estimated for FY25. That's what we do here. We don't have all the money in a bucket today. We estimate for next year, and then we come up with a budget based on that revenue projection.
Suggest this is very different because we know those hotels are not giving us those revenues through, what did I hear say, through at minimum December and probably to extend it. So we know that now.
And we've been told by the state that we will be made whole.
Okay, you seem like you're fighting the point, and I'm just making a motion. We're debating it, and I'm not looking to argue with you.
Okay. Yes, Jonna?
I can appreciate the fact that we're going to get a promise, but I'd like to have something done before the promise, because when I asked Superintendent Beata if that would be an issue in the school committee, and he said, yeah, if we don't get the money, even though it was promised to us, it would put us in a pickle. So I don't want to be in a pickle.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on this? No? Okay. Yeah, I would just think it would be a bad path to go down for the Finance Committee to just start assuming that revenues aren't coming in and budgeting based on that. And then when the revenue comes in, it's going to be a bunch of extra money sitting around. But anyway, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a 6. So 6 to 5, right? 6 to 5. Okay. Motion fails.
Okay. I have a point of privilege I'd like to make. So
Yes, Mr. Clark?
what I'd like to do is, I think it's kind of late to be doing it. I think it should have been said a lot earlier. We started hearing about the actions that our town manager made, which is unbelievably, I was almost astonished when it happened that he was able to take, and I wrote it down, $1,625,000 of free cash out of the operating budget in the same year that he only had to come up with $2 million of, where he could allow that in. Instead, he only allowed $675,000. That's an amazing feat. And I wondered, what's in it for our town manager to want to do that kind of great move for our town? He defied the policy. Notice our policy said, don't go more than 300, it's a cap. No, it wasn't a cap. He took action that actually did something far better. We were estimated to go 7 years with the obligation of funding our operating budget based on a policy, our operating budget, which impacts directly what the bond markets are saying about what's going on. And what did we get last night? We have a project of $114 million that is going to be, I have a point of privilege that I'm trying to explain why I think it needs to be. We should be extremely grateful that we have a town manager that took such bold moves, such bold action directly just for the benefit of the town taxpayers. He didn't do it to do it for anybody else. He said that's an important action to take. He deserves a lot of gratitude, and I think everybody, and by the way, I think this is the venue to do it, because it's such a wonky, nerdy thing to talk about how much dependency you have of free cash in an operating budget. So this is the appropriate venue to do that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm extending, I don't know if anybody else agrees with me about that, but I certainly do, and I just want to extend my personal thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lurie. Thank you very much, Mr. Coulter. Lauren?
I'm sorry. Do you want to make? Oh, I was going to make a motion, and
We're going to start the public hearing. at
I
some
understand, but this can't be done during a public hearing, so I'm going to do it now. All right. So I'd like to make this motion, Mr. Chairman, to recommend to the Select Board and Town Manager an amendment to the Finance Committee policy on free cash. The new policy recommendation will reduce FY26 budget to zero available free cash to the municipal and school budgets. There shall be zero dependency on free cash as a source going forward unless an unforeseen event occurs and all other available resources have been exhausted. The source of this, well, that's my motion.
Mr. Lurie, it's not up for the Select Board to determine our policy.
This is a recommendation. I say
Second.
to recommend. It is not to make a policy, it's to recommend a
Want
policy.
to recommend for the Select Board to do something?
Yes. We already did once before, and they honored it. They honored it for at least 3 years that I remember in a row, starting with the previous administration.
Second.
Thank you for that. And by the way, the source of this information, I didn't just do it out of thin air, that Dave out on some island somewhere. This came from the Clifton Larson Allen LLP Stoughton Revenue presentation for the December 12, 23 Select Board meeting, which was on slide 9. The one-time sources on that slide, free cash overlay surplus, said, bullet number 1, reduced by 1.68 million, actually 675,000, because we had such a wonderful thing just happen.
Are you referring to the CLA document of 1212?
Correct. Yeah.
The CLA document has $620,000 of free cash in use on that document.
I'm telling you that in these bullets, it says with a goal of reducing to zero for FY26. It says it in black and white on their slide. Then it goes on to say,
Eric, do you have something?
town management has expressed their commitment to controlling the budget to reach the goal of no one-time funds for operating.
Yes, Eric?
I'm just going to refer to our last meeting, Mr. Lurie, and I agree with you that our meetings go very long because we have to pack a lot of hearings into a short amount of time. And I'm wondering if you might be willing to table this until we've actually concluded all of our public hearings, since that is relevant to fiscal 26, and we have a lot of fiscal 25 to still cover. So I'm wondering if, again, you might be willing to table this motion until we conclude all of our FY25 hearings and we can discuss this at a later meeting.
I appreciate that, but this isn't my only motion. I've dreamed up quite a few of them for this.
Mr. Lurie, we have public hearings we need to get done. The public is here for public hearings. How many motions?
Excuse me, may I address that, please? We didn't start these deliberations until very, very late into the season here. So this compressed timeline is through no fault of the committee members. And I feel it's our job to properly vet this budget, and this is feeling rushed. And we can't go back, but in the future, if we didn't delay
We started
so
the
long-
public hearings as soon as we could, because the warrant closes. 2 days later, it goes to the Rules Committee. We then have to advertise. We advertise for 2 weeks, not knowing if the Rules Committee was going to meet on the 8th or not, because sometimes they can't. We scheduled based on that. That's why we started February 28th. It was
I'm
the
sorry,
earliest we could start.
I thought we had started these earlier in February.
No, we've started public hearings in the past in March. This is the first year is in February, trying to move it tighter to the schedule that we could. But we couldn't get any tighter because they closed the warrant February 6th this year. They hand it to the Rules Committee the 8th. Sometimes the Rules Committee has trouble getting a quorum. They then have to deliberate on it and hand it over to us.
Okay, I just think we all need to keep in mind this is a $130 million budget.
Yes, you're correct. Yes, Lauren.
Through you, Vaughn, to Mr. Coulter, again, sorry. How can we potentially get it in writing that we will get that money?
I'll call the Department of Revenue tomorrow,
Okay.
and I'll request it. I can assure you, they'll tell you what their plan is. They won't tell us what the amount is, because they may have a 9C cut by the legislature. But I can confirm for you, for everybody, that the governor has instructed the Department of Revenue to reimburse us.
Okay. All the other discussion on this, we should really wait till later in the agenda where we have this sort of thing. I mean, I don't know how many motions you have, Mr. Lurie, but we do have business here to get done, and we're here for a public hearing. The public's here, and the departments are here.
Do we have a motion on the table right
It
now?
is on the table. He's asking me to put it on hold. I'll put it on hold.
Why don't we just vote on
please.
it?
Yeah,
We
but
have a motion and a second to ask the select board to
it's
make a
gonna be-
recommendation. Yes,
It's going to be
Eric?
around
Well,
11:30.
let me,
Yes, Eric.
if I can clarify, Mr. Lurie, because the fact is, I want to be able to understand your motion more clearly and actually be able to discuss it. I want to give it the time, hold on, please. I want to be able to give it the time that it deserves, because I know you put thought into these things and it deserves discussion. I'm wholly unprepared to do that because I'm hearing it for the first time. So I am just asking if we can proceed to the public hearings so that we can then get to your motions at a time that I at least would feel like I can discuss it more capably.
I will say yes if we started doing it at 10:30 and no later. I'm not going to be talking about this at 11:30 at night.
Well, I'll have to defer to the chair on that, of course, but
We'll see where the public hearing is by that point. And I think Eric had asked to do this at a later date after the public hearings are done. Yes, Joel?
I took a look at the agenda for tomorrow night, and we don't have any public hearings or much
That's
of
correct.
anything going
Yeah.
on. I'd be more than happy with Eric to stay here hours, Dave, and listen to every one of your motions and discuss them fully tomorrow night.
That's fine. Thank you.
We don't have anything scheduled for tomorrow night. I mean, that was in case everything.
You have a meeting
No,
scheduled
we
for
now
tomorrow
we
night.
now have one. It's Dave Lurie's motion on the table.
That's right. We're gonna come in tomorrow night and do nothing but listen to Dave Lurie's motions.
Excuse me, for the benefit of the
We don't have an
entire
agenda
town.
set. Yes.
I think it's disparaging to say it like that. This is actually for the benefit of every tax-paying citizen in this town.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but there's a lot of people here waiting for a public hearing to start, and I think that's why we're here, and that's what we're supposed to do. We don't have anything really scheduled for tomorrow night. I'd be more than happy to come in and listen to all motions from anybody on the Finance Committee and deliberate then and vote on them.
Through you, Vaughn, that would be appreciated.
My question to you, Vaughn, is we are all set with a meeting tomorrow. We've already advertised.
We don't have anything on the agenda. It was
No,
scheduled.
but we did advertise for a meeting tomorrow night.
Yes.
Okay.
But in the event that we ran late on public hearings, that was the intent. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing? Motion and a second. Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Okay, first on here, we have Article 7, Public Health. This is the town budget, Public Health, and we're going to handle Article 7 same time, Public Health Association Enterprise Fund Budget.
Page 44.
Public Health Association Enterprise Fund Budget. It's the town budget, FY25, Public Health. Sure, whenever you're ready.
On to the members. I'd like to talk a little bit about VNA, which is labeled Public Health, and where we are. As you can recall, members, as you can recall from the annual town meeting, VNA has been impacted significantly by changes in insurance laws, insurance, and Medicare, changes in Medicare. Oftentimes, we don't know what we're going to be paid for a case until after we've billed that case. Town meeting spoke openly about their commitment to VNA, and the example they made is that there's very little investment made in our seniors, that this particular department is almost exclusively dedicated to the health, welfare, and care of our seniors. At least for 2024 and 25, it's going to run at a deficit and in need of a subsidy for the reasons, the structural changes I just reviewed. But we do have a plan to make major changes. I'd like to take a minute before we ask Janet some questions, and myself and Mark those questions. And Janet, by the way, Janet Crimmins is the new manager of our VNA, who replaced our longstanding, wonderful employee, Janice. And here are some of the changes. We've hired a professional outside billing firm. You'll see it in the budget. And the billing firm knows how to bill insurance companies better than any private sector firm. We billed almost $590,000 last year, round numbers, collected about $360 because of the cuts they made. The billing firm are expert at knowing both the coding and the billing so that we get closer to 95% of what we bill. Or else we stop the service and ask for private pay. We're not a charitable, but we're not a for-profit either. So the billing firm is a big change for us that will enhance our revenues. As you'll note, we've lowered our operating expenses this year by approximately $200,000, a little more than $200,000, both expenses and in salaries, to try and mitigate the impact on our billings. Third, we're rebranding the department. We're hoping to call it something like Stoughton VNA Services, and then a tagline that says serving Stoughton and surrounding communities. And our objective is to get those communities to pay an administrative fee. Let's call it $50,000, so that they don't have to hire any staff or pay insurance. And if we can have 4 towns sign up, it does 2 things. It pays for our fixed cost structure and creates a larger pool of customers for us to draw from, so we can be more selective in terms of what insurance companies we work for. It can make a huge impact. So we're developing that term sheet and those marketing materials as we speak. And so that speaks to us expanding our footprint. And the last thing we're going to ask the Finance Committee, particularly you, Mr. Chairman, for your help on, is to consider whether we should conduct this or run this as an enterprise fund. This shows a $400,000 subsidy. $250,000 or $260,000 of that is indirect costs. If this were a department, that subsidy would be $140,000. It makes no sense, given the size and the service this organization provides, to make an enterprise fund. But Vaughn, I'd love to collaborate with you and John and get your input on that before we do anything, as you represent the committee. We'll do that during the off-season and before FY26. So with that, the numbers are obviously not pretty. It's going to require a subsidy. It's the only department that has a structural deficit, meaning it's an operational deficit. You'll see it in the water infrastructure, but that's just because we got our new debt schedule. That need is $400,000 of increased interest in debt on the infrastructure improvements we're making. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The services remain the same. The staff remains outstanding. The clients are very grateful, but it's a business that we're going to try and modify and make $1 in profits next year.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the committee on the town budget, public health, which is on page 62, or Article 7, Public Health Association Enterprise Fund Budget? Mark.
Thank you. With the billing service, is it the same billing service that we're using for the ambulances, or is it a different one?
No, sir. It's an ambulance. It's a billing service that just does medical billing.
Just medical
Yes.
billing? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Lauren?
I just have a comment. Our seniors should be the #1 priority in this town. So whatever we have to do, I feel we need to do it.
Thank you. We share that.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? Joel?
Yeah, just as a reminder, the VNA serves more than just Stoughton, correct?
We do have clients outside of Stoughton. We haven't promoted our services outside of Stoughton.
Would it help if we did that, or?
That's actually our plan. Once we rebrand as a VNA, people view us as a public health. We're called Stoughton Public Health, not Stoughton VNA.
Because as I recall, I think you service Sharon, and I think Canton also?
We'll service people from North Adams if we can get paid for it. But we want to promote that because we need the volume, and we'll do that as Stoughton VNA, serving neighboring communities. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Chet?
Thank you. Do we have enough employees to take care of this if we go to other different towns?
I'll take a shot, then you follow it up.
Is that an inappropriate question?
No, it's a
or-
very appropriate question.
Okay.
Asset utilization, which is people, is very important to getting this business to break even and then maybe even making a buck. So we're down to 2 nurses that are gainfully employed full-time, and under Janice and now Janet's leadership, we have per diem consultant nurses. One of them is an employee, not just nurses, physical therapy, that are only used when we have clients that pay us. No benefits, no overtime, no vacation time, just consultants. So it gives us the flexibility check we need to adjust it to the volume. That's the balance. If you bring on too many and you don't have the volume, you got real cost. If you don't bring them on fast enough, you can't service the calls.
No,
So-
I understand about per diem because my daughter's on per diem at Newport Hospital. But I just want to make sure that we're not overextending our services to other towns.
Fair point.
That's my point. I want to make sure that our town citizens, elderly, get priority.
You can
Thank
count
you.
on that. It's a great point, Chet. And Lauren, thank you.
Diane, you have a question?
I know, yes, thank you, through you, Vaughn. I know in previous years, we've had issues with insurance companies that we haven't been able to bill back for. Do we now have a good slate of insurance companies that we can bill to?
Janet and yours is Teresa have done a wonderful job of expanding the customer base, which are insurance companies. And again, to Chet's point, we need to do that in a moderate way because we've got to balance supply and demand. But we're choosing insurance companies that don't give you a big haircut after you submit the invoice, and that's paying off. That should give us $200,000 in incremental revenue over the current year. We've closed that hole, that gaping hole where cash just flew out. And now we think we've stabilized it. We can expand to other areas, choose the right insurance companies, and start having a successful business. My hope is that we're here this time next year, and Mr. Laurie's congratulating us for making $1 and not losing any. Thank you.
Lauren, do you have a question?
This is to Janet. So because you're going to have somebody helping you with the coding, that's going to ensure potentially more revenue in. Is that correct? That's the goal. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments from the committee on the public? Yes, Dave.
I just need clarification because for some reason, I thought I heard it backwards, so I need to just make sure I heard it correct. The change that the town manager wants to ask you to help in John is to take it out of enterprise and into the budget, or it sounded like it was from the budget to enterprise, but we're already in the enterprise, so I'm assuming it's from enterprise to budget?
That's correct.
Okay, I got it right now. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? No more questions, comments on town budget, public health, or Article 7, Public Health Association Enterprise Fund budget. Okay, questions or comments from the public? Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3. According to the last census, demographically, Stoughton is one of the older communities. There are more seniors than there are children. And Unlike the past, when many seniors live with family members, the majority of seniors in Stoughton live by themselves. And this is vital to their survival. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the public on the town budget public health or Article 7 Public Health Association Enterprise Fund budget? Hearing none, thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. Next item on the agenda, we have Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget, Library.
That's page 44.
Page 44, thank you. Any?
Mr. Chairman, just by way of introduction, you all know Chris, our library director, and I'd just like to say that I can almost forget the library exists sometimes, other than the fact that it's such a plentiful place of solace for me. But Chris is one of the finest managers. We don't hear problems. We don't have budget problems. We don't have people problems. And he and his team have become the host community center for the town of Stoughton. Every single day, if you go there at any time, day or night, you're going to see kids that are being exposed to information, books, guidance, discipline, love, happiness, conversation. And I just want to congratulate Chris for that and then just turn it over to him, sir.
Thank you for that.
Before you have the library's FY25 budget. So I've gone over this budget with the town manager and the assistant town manager. We've looked for everywhere that we could find places to be more efficient and to offer best services to the town of Stoughton. We've footnoted anywhere that there were significant changes from the FY24 budget of the library. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the committee on the library budget? Lisa.
Hi, I'm just looking at the 9.4 and 9.6 increases in the salaries and just given the state of affairs, why that's so high.
There are two primary reasons, through you, Mr. Chairman, two primary reasons. The first one is a transition from part-time to full-time for their communications specialist that we spoke of the other night. The same position that we're looking for in the town, for the town side, for municipal side. That person has been on board for a year, but she went from part-time to full-time, I believe, Chris. And the second, frankly, in your materials, you'll see the comps for Chris's position. He was the lowest of all the local librarians. With the raise we're proposing for him, it puts him at the middle, at the mean. And so those are the two primary drivers in the salary line. Chris can speak to the expense line, but I hope that addresses your question on the salary line.
Just for clarification, so on the municipal side, we're going to have a communications person at the library, and you're suggesting also having one out of the town manager budget?
That person's been there for 2 years, so it's not a new position. The position went from part-time to full-time.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is on the municipal side, we'll have one in the library department, and then you're suggesting another one in the town, from the town manager's budget?
Well, I don't know the relationship between the two. The municipal communications person deals with the customers of the library on programs, activities, new books, and all that sort of stuff. The town person we're looking for, and that's up to town meeting, is for government issues of the day. It's very different population, different subject matter, just like it's different from the schools. They communicate with the parents of the school children. So they're different audiences.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with how many communicators we have, and we still don't understand each other.
You can never have enough communicators.
Any other questions or comments from the committee on the library budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3. The library is open more hours than any other public building, except the police and fire, but they're not generally open to the general public. It also serves a population wider than any other facility in town, from preschool to 105 if you can make it, and you can still read with your glasses. So this is vital. A survey was done several years ago, and the library is the most visited public building daily than any other public building, even town hall. So I think that shows that the public supports the library, and the library needs to support the public.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments from the public on the library budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Veteran Services.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, through you, regarding veterans, and this is exactly, I think, Lisa, what you're referring to. We try to find efficiencies in terms of fiscal responsibility every time we can. When the previous manager, department head of the Veterans Affairs came to us and was offered a bigger job with the state, gave us the opportunity to match it, we wished him well, and he moved on. Sharon has been the part-time assistant to the department head for a very long period of time and was doing the majority of the work. So we tested the system with the state and made Sharon the department head and have a part-time VSO on board. And his role is to sign, only a veteran can sign off on the disbursements. Sharon runs the department, does all the work. The state came back and said they haven't seen this model before, they're not sure it's legal. We wrote a legal letter back to them, and we haven't heard back yet. We're pretty sure we have a solid position in the law. And with Sharon here full-time, we've been able to cut the budget, cut the overall budget, and increase the service to our veterans. I knew you'd like that.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Quick question, Vaughn.
Yes, Elliot.
What page?
42. 42.
Thank you.
Did you want to present? Did you want to take questions, or how do you want to do this?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the Finance Committee. You have before you the Veteran Service Department budget. I've worked with Tom and Mark with every line to see where we can be most efficient. We really want to make sure we're providing the best service for our veteran community. Extremely important that we're looking for all opportunities. And there are a few areas highlighted that there could be an increase, and this is something that Tom touched on, as far as the positions. But I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have any questions or comments from the committee on the Veteran Services budget? Okay, any questions or comments from the public on the Veteran Services budget? Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street. Used to be Precinct 2, Precinct 3 now, though.
As the previous speaker said, I'm Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street. Again, this is another vital service. I'm related to an Agent Orange veteran who has 4 cancers and can no longer speak, but is still being worked with by Ms. Johnson to make sure that he gets some support and some housing.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public, from Veteran Services, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating? Yes, Chet.
Hello.
Hello.
To you, Chairman, to the Veterans Agent over here. I just want to point out that we have a banner program coming on, it's Hometown Heroes, and any veteran out there that would like to have a banner put up in the town square or surrounding streets, Washington Street, whatever, come down to the Veterans Agent and get the application, fill it out, and we'll take a picture and put it up there. And also, I just like to say that the VA, I mean, I don't use the VA except for my glasses, but it's very, any veteran out there that needs assistance, please come down and fill out an application for whatever, tendinitis, eyeglasses, or whatever. That's what they're here for, and they'll help you out. And that's all I can say, because I appreciate it. I mean, I'm fortunate where I don't have to use VA benefits, but other people do. And I just want to just point out the Hometown Hero Banner program. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chet. Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, Chet. We're always trying to get word out there for our services here. Brian Turner, our Veteran Service Officer, and myself, we're here Monday through Friday. He's here part-time. But we're trying to get word out there that we are here, our services are here, and there are still a lot of veterans out there in the town that do not know what we do and why we're here. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments from the public on Veteran Services budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Recreation and Youth Department.
Page 47.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Good evening. This department is the Recreation Department. Just to start off, I don't think there's many huge changes in this department. First of all, this department is a well-run department by Matt. I've got to personally tell you, like, Matt is not your typical recreation director. He is somebody he's like a project manager on construction projects. For example, on Glen Echo, we were going through the engineering designs and finishing up the project, and Matt's out there thinking about the active recreation area. He's already playing disc golf and I think pickleball. I'm not quite sure the status of that, but he's getting involved with the courts, the hockey courts. Is that the right word? The hockey courts over in Halloran Park. So he manages all these construction projects, and he gets involved with the operations of our parks, something that normal recreation directors don't do. You'll see in the budget tonight a pretty decent increase in his salary. Not so much, you do have comps, but it's not so much from the comp standpoint, although it still works right in the median of the comps. He's increasing his hours per week from 35 to 40 hours a week. So that's the increase in the hours. Matt is here well above 40 hours a week. I see him driving in every morning because I know I'm early. I see his truck there before I am, and he's always leaving late. We're lucky to have Matt. Matt did not come and ask for a raise. I don't think he ever would. He's not that type of person. But I think having a good town manager here that recognizes good talent put this forward. And again, it's not necessarily just a one-for-one, a comp thing. He's also going to be working getting paid for the extra 5 hours or more hours that he works per week. Other than that, I think he has some modest increases in the budget. He can answer the questions for the expenses, but I think Tom and I totally support this raise for the department head in this department.
Refer to the comps.
Well, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on the Recreation and Youth Department budget? Eric.
Hi, excuse me. Just a line item I'm not familiar with. So I'm just curious, the Exceptional Children's Program, and the marking conditions that are compelling the increase. If you could just kind of elaborate on that.
Yep, so we use that line for our summer programs, and we pay higher qualified staff. They're mainly school teachers who deal with kids on IEPs, more difficult cases. A lot of times at our summer camp, they work with kids one-on-one, so they're better equipped to handle that than to say like a high school or college kid.
Laura, you have a question?
No, I just have a comment. Wow, that's really loud. I just wanted to support what Mark was saying in that every time that you've come here, you always present such a thoughtful and modest plan, and especially knowing that the schools are also having to make tough decisions about things like after-school programs and summer programs. I think it just highlights how important these things are for our kids. So I just want to thank you. Every time you come here, I just feel like it's a nice thing to think about and support. So thanks.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Dave, you have a question, comment?
I just have a comment. I just wanted to thank Matt for an amazing job that he does, not just for what everybody's been saying. It's there's a lot of things that get run down in the town that require special projects to be done where the CPA has funds specifically available for the project, the places or the venues that Matt would use for the kids in town. And Lord knows we need a lot of them, because otherwise they'd be sitting at home on some screen or another. So he gets them away from the screen, and I see him out there so much. And by representing the town in front of CPA, he's lining up the dollars that are going to be used to create more venues, which obviously creates more capacity to do even more programming. So not only is he doing a lot with what he has, he's expanding the amount that would be available to the town with the work he does with very complex project plans. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions, comments from the committee on the Recreation and Youth Department budget? I just had one.
Mr. Chairman, Matt has asked me if you'd call the vote on him right now.
The grounds maintenance, is that contracted?
Correct.
Okay, right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the committee? I was going to get the call from the committee, then I was going to go to the public. Any other questions, comments from the committee, Recreation and Youth Department? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Cynthia Walsh.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street. Just a little piece of history. Decades ago, the then chairman of your committee, who had a grandchild with special needs, pioneered the summer program for special needs children, so that those kids don't sit in the house, as a previous speaker said, in front of a screen. They have activities, rain or shine, usually at the South School. The other thing that Mr. Carshon has taken on is all the parades. Some of you may remember, these parades were run by volunteers. There was a 4th of July committee and all of that thing. The volunteers either died, moved, or faded away, and all of a sudden it was the job of the recreation director to do that. So some things that used to be volunteer things, we now have placed on one person. And as a member of the 300th Anniversary Committee, we're leaning on him too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on the Recreation and Youth Department budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda. Thank you very much, Matt, for coming down. Mr.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, then I'll thank you again. Community events, next item.
Page 49.
Thank you very much, Eric.
So for this one, we just have a couple small increases. One is a little increase on Stoughton Day. That event's just gotten, it's so large, it's just gotten increasingly harder to stay within budget. So it's just some slight increases because vendors have continually gone up every year. And then another one is police detail line. They just had a new contract, and I believe that rate did go up. Correct, Chief? Yeah. So just a slight increase to reflect that.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Community events, budget, Diane.
Thank you. I just have one question about the holiday parade. Do we know when it is?
Holiday parade.
December?
It's usually like the first or second weekend, Saturday in December. It depends on when Thanksgiving falls. That's how we usually plan it.
Okay. You haven't set the date yet?
No, I have not. Okay. But usually that like first or second Saturday.
Thank you.
Jonna, do you have a question, comment?
I just have a quick question. I was told, I don't know if it's true or not, that IKEA pays for our fireworks. Is that still the case if it's true?
No, they don't pay for it anymore.
When did that stop?
It was before my time here. They also don't give monetary donations anymore.
Thank you.
Chet, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you, Matt. What I just had it here. Easter egg hunt. That's still going to be at City Hall?
No, it's not.
It's not. Oh, because of the construction up there.
No, we don't have one planned this year. We have other holiday-themed activities going on at the rec department.
Okay. Thank you.
We only got 9 holes to put in.
Good round twice.
Laura, do you have a question?
Yes. Just curious about the 300th anniversary celebration. So we've got the line there, and then there's nothing in the budget. Is that just because we're not there yet, or what's?
That's a.
Okay. Is that what those asterisks are? Okay.
Yes, she's correct, and
Great.
accounting could give you more details on how they figured that out.
Okay. Thanks, Cynthia. That's helpful.
Mark?
Yes, thank you, through you. I'm guessing that the fireworks is under the 4th of July events / parade.
You are correct.
This year, are we going to be doing off schedule again? You know, not the 3rd or the 4th. Are we going to be doing like the 1st or way off? You know,
I believe it's the 4th is Thursday. I believe it's Tuesday the 2nd.
So we're going to be doing it earlier. Is it going to be a cost benefit doing it again that way?
It was one of the only dates the contractor had available. So when and we also locked into a contract 3 years ago, so it's been the same price for 3 years.
Oh, I didn't know it was going that sweet. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the committee on community events, budget part of Article 15, general fund operating budget? Lisa?
Just real quick, because I'm not familiar, is that in that $38,260? Is that the fireworks coming out of there? Is that the vendor that you were just referring to?
Correct.
And then one other thing, through you, the $8,000 for the downtown beautification, what type of things is costing $8,000? Just curious.
So that goes to like downtown plantings, lights, banners, things of that nature.
Chet?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Matt. It's zeroed out here for the Easter egg parade, but then there's the $5,000 2025 voted by the select board. So if you're not going to have Easter egg hunt, why do we have to put $5,000 into the budget?
So right under that line, it's for the MLK and Juneteenth celebrations is for that $5,000.
So the $3,700?
No.
Which one are you talking about?
I think you're looking at the line below that, Chet. I think that.
It's just off kilter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Easter eggs are completely zeroed out across the board. So
That's
there's
5,000, right?
Yeah, that goes to MLK.
no more Easter eggs, I guess.
Okay, all right. All right, sorry. Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the committee? Community events budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the community events budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Council on Aging. Thank you very much again, Matt.
Page 41.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think most people know, if not, we pulled Janice out of retirement to work 2 days a week to serve as our department head. She's very accustomed to this process, and I'm sure has all the answers. So why don't I just turn it over to, through you, Vaughn, the members, to see if you have any questions on her budget.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Finance Committee. I went through the budget line by line with Mr. Coulter and Assistant Town Manager Mark. And I feel like this budget is very efficient. There's some slight changes. We've moved some personnel lines around a little bit, and we, of course, have the notes on the bottom that might answer some of your questions, but I am here to take any of your questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Laura, do you have a question?
I do. Hi. This is more from my personal understanding. What is longevity and super longevity? That sounds important.
You want me? Do I do that?
Oh, if you could do that.
Yes, Laura, contractual agreements in the CBAs for people that work there. They're milestones that if you reach a certain period, say at 15 years or 25, or in Reggie and Deanna's case, 35, you may get a longevity stipend.
Okay, so it's for the employees, not the people that are aging. That's what I thought. So I was like,
That's a
wouldn't
good
we want
question.
super longevity? Thank you.
That was good.
That was good.
Stoughton does age in a super way.
Well, thank you very much for that, Laura. Any other questions or comments from the committee on the Council on Aging budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the Council on Aging budget? Yes, Cynthia Walsh.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3, senior citizen. First, the comment in, I get a little antsy because I sit at a lot of meetings and we have to do schools and we have to do this and we have to do that. No one's brought up the fact that our senior center is extremely small in regards to our senior population. At the very least, it needs an addition. When they have some sort of activity, we can only have about 100 people attend, and there are thousands of seniors, so then we have to develop a waiting list. I don't think if you're a senior, you can afford to wait too long on some of these lists. The kitchen at the senior center is smaller than my kitchen at home. Granted, I have a 15 by 15 kitchen, which is large. And it's also not air conditioned. And they serve lunches and they serve meals. I haven't gone into the kitchen to do any cooking, but I can imagine it's pretty uncomfortable. So somewhere in the back of your minds, those of you who will be on the committee for much longer, in addition to the senior center. Now for my question, is transportation staying the same or is it increasing?
We, in this budget, we have 3 full-time drivers. Before we had 2 full-time drivers and some per diem drivers, part-time, non-benefited. The demand for driving is so huge that we put a 3rd driver in and we decreased the per diem line.
Mr. Chairman and the committee, next to the nutritional support they provide, which is vital to keeping seniors alive, we need to get to our medical appointments. and some of us need to run some errands. And it's happening more frequently that I'm being told they can't fit me in. And I'm sure I'm not well, maybe Cynthia Walsh is the only senior that they don't want to fit in anywhere, but I doubt that. If we want our senior population to remain healthy, we have to be able to get to and from the doctors. You may not know that the bus stop's running on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 3 p.m. So if you can't book an early appointment, you are out of luck. Sometimes they're very kind. They say, we can get you there, Cynthia, we just can't get you home. Now, some of you may know the minimum cab fare in Stoughton is $25. They charge $2.50. So when I can't get a ride home, that's a problem. And I'm not the only senior. There's no rides at all on the weekend. And on Friday, the last pickup is noon. So the problem you have on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is even worse. And my cardiologist only works in Brockton. They only serve a very limited area on Friday. So, I mean, some consideration in the future of increasing the amount of hours that the buses are available. I am using Dial-A-Bat, but Dial-A-Bat actually has more limitations on Stoughton residents as to where you can go. They won't take me to Easton. The senior bus will. So when you're considering benefits for seniors, granted public health is important, but the bus is important, and the fact that they do Meals on Wheels, they do food pantry deliveries, they do lunches, and they don't do lunch every day. I guess seniors are supposed to suck it up and only eat 3 times a week.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Lauren, do you have something on this?
Just a quick question, Janice. What's the status of the ride? Are we able to get the ride in Stoughton?
The ride doesn't serve Stoughton.
That's what I'm wondering. Are we able to look into that, or?
The ride, if you can go.
If you can get to Cobb's Corner, that's where the ride will take you.
Yeah. The federal government supports this. I mean, it's not just the town supporting it. They've divided the country up into sections, and the ride serves Metro Boston. Dial-A-Bat serves Metro Brockton, and the twain shall never meet. There's many people that would enjoy the ride, but I have to tell you, because I go to Cobb Corner quite a bit, the ride is much more reliable. Dial-A-Bat is much more reliable than the ride. But people need the ride because while my cancer was treated in Brockton and I could use the senior bus, some people prefer to go to Boston. So they have to find someone to take them in or volunteer. When you're going through chemo and radiation, taking the train by yourself isn't a good option.
All right.
Hi, Charlotte Mullen, 19 Clover Lane. I'm also the chair of the Disabilities Commission. So we have reached out to Senator Timilty about that. Basically, it's going to take a very grassroots effort. The T only provides the ride within a certain radius of the city of Boston. And so there is a very small swath of Stoughton right on the Canton line, and another tiny little corner over on the Sharon line, where if you can get yourself there and stand on the street corner, you might be able to get the ride. So it's a long process, and given all of the issues with the T, it's going to be a long, hard-fought battle. So yes, the ride does not come to Stoughton, so Stoughton residents have to rely on other forms of transportation.
All right, thank you very much for that. Peter Ventresco.
Peter Ventresco, 587 Canton Street. Getting all the information from Cynthia here, it sounds to me like we need one more bus, and longer hours for the drivers.
Can
All
I
right,
make would I be able to make a comment about the driving situation? I don't know if people realize that the senior center opens at 7 in the morning, and the drivers do work a full day. It's 7 to 3, and it's unfortunate that we do have to stop at that time, but the morning hours are extremely busy, and we do advise people that use the transportation to try to, if they can, get an earlier appointment. And Fridays, yes, we do close at noon, but we are very busy. Those buses are running the whole time. And as Cynthia had mentioned earlier, our population of seniors has increased, so the demand has increased dramatically on the drivers. And we do deliver food pantry, and we do over 100 Meals on Wheels every day, and volunteers such as Chet. So it's a very active, busy place, and we try to accommodate as best we can, but sometimes it's hard to meet every single need. And if we could get another fourth driver eventually, maybe we could, make the hours go longer, but it's busy.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments? Diane?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Janice, it's good to see you back. Not a very long retirement. Now that you have that third person, though, could the hours be staggered a little bit more?
Maybe to about 4.
Because I understand, especially about doctor's appointments, if you've got something that's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a lot of times people don't get out till 5. So that would be huge, especially if it was like one day a week. Or, that they could do something like that?
Yes, we stay open until 7 on Thursdays. That might be a possibility. But every other day, the senior center closes at 4.
Right. Okay.
Except for Friday.
Thanks. Yeah, again,
Thank
good
you.
to see you.
Mr. Coulter, do you have something to add to this?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's appropriate. If not, please tell me. But as you and the members consider recommendations for reductions, perhaps you could also consider, because hearing this testimony by our guests here, Cynthia makes a great point. Maybe we should be putting 2 drivers on starting at 3 o'clock or at 1 o'clock on Friday if the demand is that high. I didn't realize it till this testimony. So as you consider your reductions, perhaps the committee would consider increases in transportation labor, and we'll add on a second shift to serve the people later in the day. Just a thought.
All right, thank you for that. Chet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Janice, as you remember, I used to volunteer to drive the van, I had CDL license, the whole thing. And somehow during COVID, that all stopped. And I have not been called back to drive, and they hired a new person, full-time guy, and I think it's 2 part-time guys. And like you mentioned, they're open 7 o'clock on Thursday, I believe. Is that what you said?
We do stay late on Thursday.
Yeah. I know one night of the week they're, pick up people, take them back from their groceries or whatever they're doing. And I used to do the food pantry on Thursdays. So I'm willing to volunteer again, but, the whole thing is we need to have, when I go there on Monday and Wednesdays, there's 2 vans sitting there not being used. So I don't know why they're not being used. If you're saying that we have all these people that need rides to doctor's appointments or whatever. So I'm just kind of curious why, you're saying we have an influx of people needing rides, but there's 2 vans there.
Yes, so one van is town-owned, and the others are leased through a BAT agreement. And in order to drive those vans, you have to be employed. It can't be a volunteer. It needs to be somebody that's gone through all the driver training and is employed. That would be somebody we'd have to put on staff.
Right, but there's one van that we have that we own, it's CDL, and that's the one that I used to drive, because you had to have a CDL license to drive it, and that was town-owned. The other ones did come from BAT, and I know that, and so that's fine. So.
All right, thank you very much for that, Chet. Do we have any, Lisa?
Just a real quick question. So the Council of Aging building closes at 4. This is probably more to the town manager. So it's a public building. And I'm just thinking, could that building be used for evening meetings for people who are, do you want to answer?
I'm sorry.
You're
Actually,
anticipating my
the
question?
department leaves at 4 because they've been there all day, and that they start earlier than the town hall. But the building itself is open till 7 because we sponsor the youth commission in the building. So we do counseling for kids in the evening.
Is there room for other committees or groups who are looking for a public place to meet? Whom would they contact to potentially use that if our room's here at Town Hall?
I think everything gets booked through the clerk's office, I believe.
I'm doing that more for the public because I always had that question. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Council on Aging budget. Any questions or comments from the public? Council on Aging budget, part of, yes, Cynthia Walsh.
1096 Park Street. I know I'm coming off, I may have come off as a cranky old lady, but I wouldn't be able to live independently without the Council on Aging. The programs they offer, and with a limited kitchen and a limited budget for their busing, I don't want to say that I don't get served. I'm greedy. I want more.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from the public on the Council on Aging budget, part of Article 15, General Fund operating budget? Hearing none. We're going to jump down to Health and Human Services. 39, is that what it is? Thank you very much, Eric. Health and Human Services.
Zero budget, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the public on the Health and Human Services budget, which is on page 39? Any questions or comments from the public on the Health and Human Services budget, which is part of Article 15, General Fund operating budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Commission on Disabilities.
Page 43.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Bet.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Charlotte's with us. She runs the, is it called the Commission?
Yep, so I'm the chair on the Commission, Disabilities Commission. So we're a fairly new group, having only been meeting now for about 3.5 years. Coming up in the remainder of this year, one of the things that we have worked with the town to undertake is self-evaluation and transition plan, which is mandated by the Americans with Disabilities Act, that all states and cities and towns undertake an evaluation of their town for accessibility, looking at website and all of the public spaces, including things like the Ames Pond swimming areas and the playgrounds and things like that. One of the big tasks that this commission has been asked to undertake by the Collins Center, which is the agency that is performing this evaluation, is to assist in notifying the citizens of a survey, which is a very important part of the evaluation. So we're going to have to be doing some advertising, creating flyers, things of that sort. We've also worked with the town moderator when the special town meeting was moved to the middle school. We provided assistive listening devices for individuals who needed help hearing the meeting and things like that. And we're also working to do some additional advertising, not only on what this commission does, but other laws and regulations that relate to individuals with disabilities.
Well, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on the Commission on Disabilities budget? Okay, any questions or comments from the public on the Commission on Disabilities budget, which is part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Cynthia Walsh.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3. I have to admit, until about 3 years ago when Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, I didn't pay too much attention to how people with disabilities were getting around and how they were getting into buildings. I saw some ramps, you see the senior bus. But now I'm very reliant on accommodations and help for my multiple disabilities. And Ms. Mullen has been a listening ear. I was concerned about the listening devices. They were replaced. I understand that some of the things that I've spoken about accessibility, there's actually going to be a study. Some of the improvements can be made by the town. Some are more major. I know that having me at every meeting is probably not everybody's dream, but my dream would be to have more people like me at these meetings. People that can get to the meeting, get into the building, attend the meeting, and then get home safely. I'm depending on somebody here to take me home, or I take that $25 cab ride. But Dial-A-Bat gets me to the meeting. I can attend the meeting despite my hearing aids. I still need this listening device, the accommodation of a chair with arms. I cannot see those screens even with my glasses. So I need the accommodation of someone printing out what's going to be seen. Last night's hearing on the new school building, there was nothing available to the public. It was just look at the screens. And I can see the screen. I just can't see what's on it or read what's on it. So these things are important if we want everyone to participate, not just the able-bodied.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments from the public on the Commission on Disabilities budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And have a wonderful evening. Next item on the agenda, we're going to go to Article 48, rescind dedication of opioid settlement funds to opioid stabilization fund.
Good evening. Article 48, rescind dedication of opioid settlement funds to opioid stabilization fund. As you know, there's been a settlement where the town receives payments for the opioid settlement that went on. Prior guidance from the state DOR required a certain type of fund, an opioid settlement fund. Now these funds can go into an actual stabilization fund. They've actually clarified the guidance. So I think I was the interim town manager at the time where this was created, because I'm actually getting emails this week. There's probably 10 emails with 20 grand, 30 grand being deposited to the town. So we are receiving those payments now. They're just going to go into a different pot of money.
To the general fund.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on Article 48, which is on page 54? Rescind dedication of opioid settlement. Lisa, do you have a question?
Yeah, can you just clarify? I know you're saying something's moving from one bucket to another, and what's the difference between the two buckets?
One's the general fund. I'm sorry. One's a stabilization fund. One was an opioid fund. They're just two different buckets.
Are we moving it from an opioid stabilization fund into just a general stabilization fund?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's good.
Good question.
Any other questions, Diane?
Just a fast question, thank you. First of all, how much money do we have in this fund, Mark?
Biz,
Biz is not. Biz, we've got this far without you finding out. Biz and MJ were at the accounting convention, and half the convention went home sick yesterday, and they're among them. So we don't have that information, but we can email that
Okay.
to you.
The second part of that is, do you get these funds, is it a one-time deal, or is it just ongoing?
I've had a few emails on
A
this,
few.
at least 10 to 15 emails on this. So they come in
Really?
allotments.
Funds.
Okay, we don't know how much will
I don't
be
have a
awarded
balance
to us? No?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Any other Mark, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So if we eliminate the opioid stabilization fund and then put it into a general fund, how are we going to know that that money is being used to help our town with the opioid epidemic? Isn't it better to keep it in the opioid stabilization so we make sure that we're taking care of this epidemic?
Well, I think that's a question we need Biz to clarify as well. But if we look at Article 48, rescind the dedication of the opiate settlement funds to an opiate stabilization fund. So it may, that's not part of the general fund, is it?
No.
So it's taking, it's removing Article 46 from last year's town meeting, eliminating that, because the statute allowed us then to do that, in fact, recommended it, and then move the money from the opiate settlement fund to an opiate stabilization fund. I'm not sure what the difference legally is.
Right.
We've
what
only
I'm
been
wondering.
holding on to it and not spending it until the state gave us more guidance. The state has instructed us to make this transfer. It's not something the selectmen decided to do or anybody decided to do. It's instructions from the government, from the state government, as to how to hold these funds before you can spend any.
So it'll still be
Dedicated to opiates.
a stable, opioid stabilization
That's
fund?
correct. Not the general fund, as we had
Okay,
mentioned.
'cause I just want to make sure, you know what I mean? That it's not like, oh, we have this, and
Yep.
we can use it. I'd like
Yep.
to combat it. for what
We
we're
won't
getting
give pay
for.
raises with it.
Well, not just that, but
I know.
thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from the committee on Article 48? Rescind dedication of opioid settlement funds to opioid stabilization fund. Hearing none. Cynthia Walsh?
1096 Park Street.
Thank you.
I think the difference is that if it's in a stabilization fund, we have to take money out at town meeting. But if it's in just a settlement fund, we can use the money all year round when things pop up.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from the public? Article 48, rescind dedication of opioid settlement funds to opioid stabilization fund. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Article 49, civil service revocation.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two chiefs will be joining us for this, and Mark and I will take a break. Just by way of introduction, more than a third of our 351 cities and towns have now exited civil service. They're doing so for the reasons the two chiefs are going to outline. At this time last year, we were down 14 police officers, and we couldn't recruit. We had very few people looking to come to Stoughton. You couldn't take them from other towns. It's put us in a very, very difficult position. You couldn't discipline. You couldn't, or you could, but it was a very difficult process. Civil service served a wonderful role 100 years ago when we adopted it. It has now become an albatross around municipalities' necks. And the two chiefs are here, and I'm going to take a break to explain to you the troubles that civil service is causing and why they are so passionate about exiting it. Thank you. And just for the record, the only way to leave civil service is the way you entered it. So it requires a town meeting vote. Mike, have a seat.
Good evening. I'm not sure how much, Chief, I don't know, did you want to go first? I apologize. Okay. So, I mean, civil service, and I'm not sure whether, everybody knows or understands the civil service process. It is a long process. I believe that it was a tool used and it served its purpose at the time. Remember, I believe the police went in 1906, I believe. So, you know, if you can think back to 1906, I think they were trying to still pass child labor laws. I mean, that's some of the conditions of the country back then. Nowadays, they're very, I feel like the labor laws have become very good. That being said, civil service is an obstacle, and it has been for a while. It's not really the fairest. I think that the process of hiring somebody alone, it takes me 4 months to even have somebody walk through the door almost after I hire them, right? So I call for a list, they come sign the list, I have to hold that list open for anybody else that wants to sign for 2 weeks. Then I can close the list and then hold interviews, schedule interviews. The process is just dragged out, and then they got to go back to HRD for another physical fitness exam, one in which they already took to take one. They took the exam. It's repetitive. I can't hire, I honestly cannot hire the best personnel or the best candidates. I have multiple people wanting to transfer to come to Stoughton, and I can't because they're not on a civil service department. You can only transfer within the civil service system. Again, I believe that there's a couple things that I've actually gone to legislature and through FCAM, Fire Chiefs of Massachusetts, to try to move and pass. An example that's always an obstacle is we need 4 candidates. If we want to hold a deputy's exam, 4 candidates of captain rank have to sign up. We have 6 captains on the department. That 4 holds true for every department on the state. Boston needs 4. They have 56 captains. So you can tell, so then I have to hold the exam off another year. These people, you know, and I may have positions that need to be filled, but I just have to wait another year for the exam to come up again. It just really bogs me down. Chief, I know you have some better examples or some examples as well.
Good evening, everyone. I would just say that I've been a part of the hiring for the police department since 2010, and this hindrance of hiring through civil service has gotten more and more difficult as the years have gone on. I would say both of us have been on quite a long time in our respective departments. When we were taking the exam, the civil service exam was extremely competitive. You know, you might have 30,000 people across the state that would take the civil service, fire, or police exams, maybe even as many as 50,000 at different years. Last year, in 2023, when the police officer exam, which is only offered once a year, so you have to take the test, wait 2 months to get the results, and then a new list is created and certified. We can pull in a list from that point. I have to hold the list open for 7 days for people to come in, physically come into the Stoughton Police Department, sign the list saying they're interested in a position. Only offering the test once a year means if someone wasn't available to take the exam that day, or they weren't in the country at that time, or they weren't in the state, maybe they moved in from another state and they're now a resident of Stoughton and they want to become a police officer or a firefighter. If they don't have residency for 1 year prior to the exam, they cannot take the exam. They have to wait another year. So having a restriction of only allowing an exam once a year and only pulling from that one time a year list is a hindrance. More, as the chief explained about having a minimum number of people to sign up for a promotional exam. I go through the same thing with the lieutenant's exam. I have to have a minimum number. That same minimum number for the town of Stoughton is the same minimum number for the city of Boston. Extreme hindrances for us to hire, and as was given as an example, we may not be getting the best candidates that choose to take the civil service list test, and we may not be getting quality transfers or lateral transfers from other departments that want to move over to our town from already having academy training or fire academy training or police training already under their belt. They want to come over here and work in our town, and we can't get them because we are restricted. When someone wants to laterally transfer, the chief or the town administrator or town manager from that community has to sign the civil service, releasing them from their civil service position in that community. And if we're all struggling to hire, they're not going to get the signatures that they need to do a lateral transfer. So these are just some of the examples of why civil service, there was a need for it years ago, and I don't think there is a need for it in our community anymore in order for us to fill the vacant positions that both of us have in our departments.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chief McNamara and Chief Carroll. Do you have any questions or comments from the committee? Joel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I read in the Boston Globe this morning that Brookline is going through the same thing, and one of the things that they talked about was giving their test 4 times a year instead of 1 time a year. So that leads me to my question is, it's all well and good to withdraw from civil service, but are the police and fire department prepared with some kind of procedure for hiring without civil service, like taking tests or things of that nature? And will you need a consultant to help you work that out?
So I'll speak for any new hires. There are plenty of companies out there that run continuously year-round exams so that they can go out and recruit people to take the police officer exam, and they continuously keep a list, and they say, these are the departments that are looking for officers. And they can filter you out. You can hire companies, but you don't even have to do that. You can just literally run your own exam, and the cost of the exam is on the applicant that takes the exam, same as currently the civil service exam. So that cost stays the same for any new hire. We would still want to have a written exam. You know, they need to show that their ability to read and comprehend in order to be a police officer. So we would still want and have a need for still having an exam. But again, that's on the applicant that wants to go and take the exam.
So if I may, our process may be a little bit different. I'm not going to say we won't have an exam, but on an entry-level firefighter, we hire, our goal is to hire paramedics, at the very minimum, EMTs. So I believe that we have more of an ability to hire paramedics. So what it would be is, I'd really be copying what Franklin and Foxborough do. They put out, basically post a job opening, right? And you have to have these certifications. My thought is, if you're a paramedic that's certified in the state of Massachusetts, you're pretty competent, right? You're understanding basic language, and then we interview them, right? It would still be an interview process. The promotional process, which is being worked out now, and these departments also have this, right? They have, but we can really hone it into Stoughton Fire policies, procedures, Stoughton Fire's way of operations, tactics, strategies, right? And really customize it to the town of Stoughton and how we operate as a fire department. If they go in and just going back to civil service, if you take a promotional exam, they cast a wide net, and you know, there's departments out there that are much larger that have multiple ranks that we don't have, or policies that we don't have. It's not cookie cutter. It's not how you operate in the town of Stoughton is definitely different than the way you operate even in Boston. For Stoughton, you have 11 people showing up on a working fire. Boston has 42 minimum, right? So you as an officer, lieutenant, captain, deputy chief, it's going to be different, right? So we want to make sure that we can test to that skill level. I think the deputy chief's position too should have an assessment, but this was all being worked out right now, and we want to make sure that these are all in place with the union and everything else, so we're all in agreement how this goes about.
And I would add that both the union, the patrol officers union and the superior officers union have already settled that in contract negotiations.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Joel?
Just on a quick follow-up, I understand what you're doing. I guess my only hesitation, I really have no hesitation about this is a good idea, but my only hesitation is that if it passes through town meeting and everything happens when it's supposed to happen, and on July 1st we're out of civil service, I'm hoping that the two of you aren't going to look at each other and say, okay, now what?
No, I'll start hiring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. As long as you have the procedures in place, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think it's important to know this is being done locally. I just sat in on a deputy chief's assessment for the town of Sharon. I sat in for a captain's and deputy chief's assessment center. So I was assessing their candidates for Foxborough, and the system they have in place works really well. And not only that, it's important to know that the unions over there really like it, because it gives them the ability to really show their skills. Maybe they're not as strong on paper, but then once you see them and you hit them with whether it's an incident or some sort of HR issue, they really shine. So I know that they've been successful, and they've been successful for years with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Laura, you have a question?
Yep. Hi. So this sounds like it makes sense, just because I know, especially Chief McNamara, you've talked about some of the challenges in hiring, for the past couple of years. I just have a couple of questions, just really so I understand, because civil service is kind of a new concept to me. So one is, are there caps in salary associated with hiring from civil service? Meaning, is there kind of like a threshold or something that now the expectation or the hiring people outside of civil service might be higher salaries, for example?
So if we were hiring say a patrol officer from another community that's already trained, they couldn't make any more than a patrol officer that's already been in our department. That's at its max grade, because it's only set.
Okay. And then the other question is, if we did get rid of civil service, would that have any impact on people that had been hired under civil service? So does that affect any ability to be promoted or anything like that?
No, and those that have been hired under the civil service system still retain having that.
So they're kind of grandfathered in?
They're grandfathered in.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Eric, you have a question?
I have a few, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thanks. Thank you guys for being here. First question, I'm just curious, essentially what changes you would see in recruitment, basically status quo versus once we leave civil service. The reason I ask is, would it mean that we're taking on more time and effort and expense to recruit when we're doing it essentially ourselves and in like competition with other towns who are not in civil service, versus it being more directed by that? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding even the status quo of recruitment. So I'm just curious if you see changes in recruitment activity if we were to do this.
I know I would. More recruitment. A lot of it's done on social media. So recruitment has not been something you can locally try to get. Right now, we try to get people that we know and officers know to take the civil service exam, because that's the only way we can hire. After that point, we can sort of push people to come in and apply for the positions that we have for vacancies and really work on hiring the best candidates that we want for our department, and not being restricted to, as I said, last year from the list that was created, there was 22 names of residents from the town of Stoughton. Of those 22 names, I went through all 22, did backgrounds on everybody that was interested in the job, and most of them did not pass a background investigation to be viable candidates to give an offer of employment for. I'm not going to stop doing that. I still have to do those backgrounds. but we would be able to begin a process of not necessarily following the same process that is required of civil service. So right now, when they come in and sign the list and say that they're interested in a position, we then begin and we do an orientation, we would do the same thing, we do a background investigation, we do an interview process. If we find things in their background that make them a non-favorable candidate, currently right now, I've written as many as 6 pages on one candidate on why they're not a good candidate, and I have to articulate every reason why they have to be bypassed, and then I potentially have a 90-day period that they can appeal that at civil service and then go in and appeal it to the commissioner or the commission. I've done all of that. In order to bypass people, we have not lost in any bypasses that we've done because we have legitimately done them the correct way. We would still be doing backgrounds because we still have to vet the candidates that we're coming in. So, but recruitment, that would be social media. I know people that are, even departments that are doing geofencing to specific age groups of people that are interested in, putting that out there. So that is where we would be going.
Hi, Eric. Hi. Thank you for the question.
Of course.
So to basically, without repeating what the police chief said, because we go through those prolonged, dragged out, and civil service is going to tell you who you're going to hire. If you're not going to hire them, they want to know why. I know the chief has gone into civil service and had to basically plead as to why this isn't a good candidate for Stoughton. To me, the benefit is speed. I'm able to act fast, hire somebody, hire good candidates. As you probably know in today's world, especially a younger generation, 24, 25, if we don't capture them quick, they're moving to another department, right? We've lost, until we actually went and worked out a deal to hire some EMTs and then allow them time to become paramedics, we lost multiple candidates that didn't want to wait. And they went to these towns that don't have civil service. They're working there now, and they're very good employees, right? But they did not want to wait, right? So they missed the civil service exam, so they had to wait a whole year for the next civil service to come around. And in that time, they went over. Foxborough's like, no, we'll hire you. You're great. You get your paramedic, great candidate. Okay, we'll hire you. Kid's gone.
So it's not so much that your recruitment efforts would change, you would just see a result faster.
We'd still go through the same thing,
basically,
right?
you would have to
Background
funnel
checks.
them to that, and then
We just want to be able to grab them when we got them.
Basic. No, I get that. I'm curious. One of the statutory requirements with civil service is veterans preference, and I'm curious to know, if we were to exit civil service, would you still intend to give that preference to veterans and family members of officers who've lost their life, as is statute with civil service?
I think some of the best candidates that both of our departments get are people that have gone through the military and they already have a command presence or they already have a discipline in them. So that would be a given.
Yeah, I think it's a great, it's a great ability to hire veterans coming back. I also believe we are putting that. I asked that to be in this, policy of promotions as well. Civil service also allows them to equate it to 25 years on. I might have lessened. It's not all your veterans' experiences is equal to 25 years on our department, but that being said, there is definitely a benefit, and I believe I put it in there and asked for it to be in there. They're still, just so you know, Local 1512 is still negotiating this with the town, but I know that is in there and touch on. Yep.
And then just the last thing I would ask is, there's currently a legislative commission looking at changes in civil service law. And this might also be a question that Mark or Tom might have an answer to as well. I'm just curious if y'all are following that work, if you're familiar with the changes that they're recommending to the legislature, if you feel like any of those recommendations would address your concerns, and therefore we should wait and see what gets passed at the State House, or if you don't want to do, is it worth waiting to see what the State House does, and are these changes worth waiting for?
So I've actually been asked by the fire chiefs of Massachusetts Association. I go in and I pick the reading list for the fire chief and deputy chief's exams. myself and about 5 other chiefs in Massachusetts. I can tell you, it's been brought up, one of the things that they're not talking about is, should you choose to be part of this, you have to stay in civil service for 10 years. It's a 10-year commitment. So that to me is like, because that's how long they want to do the study for, to see if it works. Well, that's quite a commitment, especially where we're at right now, where we want to hire now to make that commitment. And I can tell you, the people writing the exams are not firefighters. They're not. We're picking the reading. We're trying to curtail it towards, basically the most specific stuff that they would need. But I sit across from a 25-year-old kid that said, well, this looked like a good book to take test questions out of. I said, yeah, because the answers are right there. It's very simple to pull the answers out of this. I said, this isn't going to fit what we're looking for. I think they have a lot of work to do. I really believe, and personally, I believe they should probably get out of the whole testing part of it and be an oversight, but that's just a personal belief. I think that they got too much to do and maybe just an oversight, but that's not going to happen either. And I'm worried about that 10-year commitment.
Additionally, I would say that we've seen case law and a number of lawsuits with civil service over the years, which is causing a hindrance. So I don't think that we can afford to wait to see how the commission comes out. I've been involved in hiring for more than 10 years here, and civil service and legislative, they don't move very quickly with anything. So I don't think we can afford to wait that long.
Well, thank you very much. Dave, you have a question?
I do, Vaughn. Thank you. Through you. I don't hear many negatives about getting out of civil service. It almost sounds like everything's going to be just wonderful, almost to the point where I wonder, why didn't we do that 20 years ago? So I guess my only question is that, are there drawbacks, for example, on retention? Like, does it affect your ability to hold the people that come in without the civil service? I just wanted to double check and button up whether or not there are any downsides, because it sounds like just all goodness that comes to the town by doing it.
So if I may, we can't hold, I have lost people in the last couple of years to the state police and to other departments that are not civil service. And so they resign from our department and they take all their training and all the things that we invested in them over the 4 or 5 years that we had them working for us, and they walk over into that other job with all that experience that we invested in them to train them, to equip them, to send them to specialized classes, to give them opportunities, and they're going and benefiting that new town because that new town pays them a wage that is considerably higher than what we pay them. I have that example that just happened in the last 6 months for me. I can't compete with the specialty units that the Mass State Police offer, but I'm potentially going to lose people to the Mass State Police. That has always been a potential for us because of that department, and we can't compete with a big department like that. But where we need to be able to compete is with the other local communities that are just in Norfolk County that have already left, the Norwood, Sharon, Wellesley's, Westwood, those communities that are around us that have already left. We could potentially, if we don't pay people what they deserve to be paid to do this occupation, they will leave and go to those communities.
All right, thank you for that. Mark, you have a question?
Yes. During the hiring process, without being on the civil service, what guardrails are you guys going to have in place for diversity, family, friends, becoming one zone, one lane of department, I should say?
I would say that the biggest guardrail is that we don't get to appoint, and the town manager appoints. So the town manager is still the appointing authority for this community. So that's not going to change with us leaving civil service. That's the checks and balances is in the town hall with the human resources and the town manager.
All right, thanks. I didn't know that was that. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments from the committee on Article 49? Lisa.
Just real quickly, I'd like to commend you both for making us competitive
with other towns in the public safety arena, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? Article 49, civil service revocation. Hearing none, questions or comments from the public on Article 49? Please identify yourself for the record.
Peter Ventresco, 587 Kent Street. I would like to commend Chief McNamara and Chief Carroll to getting out of us our Dragonian system and bring us into the new world where you can get the cream of the crop. And that's all everybody wants. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the public? Article 49, civil service revocation. Hearing none. Next item on, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, public safety, police, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget. We'll go with the police department first. Let's go with page 19.
Mr. Chairman, through you. Brief introduction. The police department's has been under significant change over the past year. As you know, police and fire have exited, have joined Regional 911 and are now out of the dispatch business. As you know, there was a substantial financial gain for doing that, both on the operating budget and in the capital plan, where they will invest up to $8 million in our communication infrastructure. In addition to that, in the last Superior Union contract, we were able to renegotiate and restructure the entire command staff so that lieutenants are doing what lieutenants are supposed to do, sergeants are on the road doing what sergeants are supposed to do. It wasn't that way prior to this final agreement. Finally, it's now public that we will be recruiting or promoting for a new deputy. We have it in the budget for 26 for a second deputy. Now we need to replace the current deputy who will likely be leaving. He is the selection to become the the chief in my hometown of Kingston, Brian Holmes. So if you see him, please congratulate him. You will be seeing a lot of change. We're now under agreement with the Superiors Union. We're under agreement with the Patrolman Union. They've agreed to many concessions. They've also been paid for those concessions. They will be donning video cameras in the very near future. They agreed to the restructuring, and they've also agreed to one other thing. Do you recall?
Leaving civil service.
And leaving civil service. That's baked into the budgets. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief McNamara for any questions you may have in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Jonna?
I just wanted to ask you, how long is the subsidy lasting for that 911 service? And for the people at home, how much is that subsidy, please? Thank you.
It's not a subsidy, Jonna. They will, starting in fiscal 20, but starting in fiscal 25 next year, we will pay nothing for dispatch services. Fiscal 25, fiscal 26, fiscal 27 will pay nothing. Starting in 28, we start paying a proportion of that savings, that $850,000 savings back each year over 3 or maybe it's 4 years. I think it's 3. Over 3 years. So for the next 4 years, 3 years starting in 25, there's no charge. The real benefit to us is we now have a state-of-the-art infrastructure in communications equipment, state-of-the-art, I mean world-class infrastructure, at least we will have when they're done, that we could have never afforded. We would have never purchased, and so we are a much safer, much securer town, and the side benefits to that is our employees who worked in dispatch have better pay, better benefits, great jobs in a state-of-the-art facility. All of them were offered positions. Most of them took those positions. And we have, our citizens have a world-class dispatch system. So it's been a win-win-win all around. There's no subsidy. They pay 100% of our dispatch services for the first 3 years. You're welcome.
Okay, Joel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. I'll make it as quick as possible. I believe that you're currently showing 54 FTEs for patrolmen, Chief McNamara?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
what's your current staffing right now?
44 FTEs for patrol.
So you're short 10?
Correct.
Okay. Now, for fiscal year 25, you're still having 54, so you anticipate having 54
I anticipate trying to hire those other 10 officers, yes.
for fiscal 25?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're also coming up with a new lieutenant and a new sergeant.
Yes.
Will those people be promoted from in-house?
Yes. Two
Okay.
of which were promoted. The one lieutenant was promoted last night, and one sergeant was promoted last night.
All right, so the 44 that you were talking about don't include those two?
That's correct. We have 6 in the academy right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I was taking a look at some of your, first of all, I was taking a look at your budgets over the number of fiscal years, Chief McNamara. You're pretty good on what you're doing in terms of salaries and spending what you have to do. But I do have a couple of questions. One is code 519007, education incentive. I believe that's the Quinn law.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Hanson and I love the Quinn law because it's our favorite unfunded state mandate. But for those of the people that aren't familiar with it, perhaps you could explain what the Quinn law is and what it is, the impact it has had on your department.
The positive impact it is going to have fully funding Quinn Bill is a number of things, but I will start with recruitment. I've already spoken with a number of my officers who have people that they know that are in other departments that don't have full Quinn benefits. So Quinn benefit is with a college education degree. You get a percentage of your salary for an associate's, a bachelor's, or a master's, or a Juris Doctorate. So they get a percentage of their salary incentive, and that's the Quinn Bill. It used to be called the Quinn Bill. It's a Quinn incentive, and it's a percentage of their salary.
And this is all voluntary?
Yes.
It's not mandated by the department?
It is not mandated, no.
Okay. So following the expenses over time, it looks like this year for the education incentive, it's $979,824. It's a very large jump over last year, and a very large jump, almost over twice what it was in fiscal year 23 actual cost. So the reason is?
So the 6 that I have in the academy, we budgeted that they will have a bachelor's degree, and a number of officers that are current officers that were not getting Quinn benefits now jump up to the Quinn benefits because they have those degrees. So as a recruitment tool and a retention tool with the Quinn Bill and the negotiation was to offer not just a finite number of degrees. We opened it up to about 20 different degrees, educational degrees that they could get the benefit for.
Including a law degree, as I understand.
That is one of them, yes.
Okay.
Communications, there are a number of biology.
You can't, for example, get a doctorate.
You're not going to get any more than the 25%.
Okay.
So you can continue to go to school and get more degrees, but you're only going to get a 25%.
I think the sound of Dr. Donna McNamara, Chief of Police, sounds great to me, but we'll see what happens. I think that's a very difficult thing to really estimate. How do you actually estimate this particular budget item?
So what we did was we estimated it at a bachelor's degree because it's the middle. So anybody that we're hiring with, if they have a master's, we've budgeted, and if they don't have a master's, they have an associate's. So we budgeted when we were forecasting with the hires as a bachelor's degree.
All right, so somebody stays with your department for 5 or 6 years, they get the Quinn benefits, and they get their master's degree and whatever they get it in, and they leave, we don't get anything back from them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I was looking at was overtime. Could you kind of explain what the overtime costs are for?
The overtime costs are for education, the training that we do in-house. We do approximately 80 hours of in-service training per year per officer. That's without any additional mandates that may come down. So we have to backfill, especially as short as we are right now. We also backfill for vacations, overtime, sick time. We have to backfill quite a bit to cover shifts. If we have critical incidents that happen, we call in a number of people. They pay for overtime for that. That's the examples of what I have for what we pay for. So our overtime is up. We have less people staffing our shifts right now because we have less officers.
So if you hit the full 54 FTEs for fiscal year 25, will the overtime go down?
That is our goal.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, looks pretty good to me. Thank you very much, Chief McNamara.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Any other, Lauren, you have a question?
So from what I understood, the dispatchers that were here were supposed to go to the regional 911. Did that happen?
Yeah, a number of them went, yes.
They were all offered positions.
They were. Okay.
I think half or 6 took them. The others either left the industry or are doing something else.
Eric, you have a question?
I had one, and then Joel made me think of a second one. Thank you. But it's also related to the Quinn benefits, because I'm curious. I don't know if you remember last spring, you and I had a conversation about, for instance, the value of having somebody who's both a sworn officer, but also, for instance, has like a master's in social work, being able to incorporate that kind of work into what you'll do. Is it the sort of thing where you can kindly nudge an officer towards a degree, or is it, I'm just more curious about it, and if that's too long an answer and it's not relevant, then we can talk about it more after. I'm just curious if you see anybody moving in that direction, or is it the sort of thing where you can say to your officers, this is a need and this is a benefit, can those things go together, and then we have that sort of degree in our department?
I think you have to find the right person to do that.
Yeah.
And I know of 2 people that have done it. One is in Braintree.
Right.
And the other one actually was injured, and she had to leave law enforcement altogether, but she had 8 years as a police officer and then got her social work degree and is working back in a police department. But that is something that is a finite niche that you have to find the right person to do that job.
Got it.
But we are getting a DPH grant to have a social worker, and that will be coming probably in the next fiscal year.
That's fantastic. And then just the more technical question, because I was looking at the footnote, how the reduction in the patrol line will need to be restored in the following year since you moved it to superior officer.
Correct.
And just noticing minimum patrol staffing levels, and I feel like I probably answered this before and the information didn't stay with me. How do you as a department determine our minimum staffing levels? Like what's the formula or the model, or what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Metric.
The metric.
Thank you.
So we have, part of it is contractual.
Okay.
Okay, so it is in our contract for the patrol officers what the minimum patrol staffing will be. And
is that based on like per capita, or is it proprietary?
If I tell you, it's been the same number contractually since 1978. And I will say that.
I'm agog.
Yes.
Okay.
So when we have more people on staff, we balloon the numbers up because we have the need for it. But contractually, we have a minimum number that has to be there. We go below that minimum number, we backfill with overtime.
Got it. Great. So I'll look at the just the CBAs then to really figure that out. Thank you. That's all I needed. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Dave?
Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. And through you, thank you very, very much. I always think that every time you've always come with a reasonable budget, and you always come with huge challenges that are very seldom met. I don't think I've seen one which we've actually met the way things go. Now, there's always, it seems like the times we're in, calls for some kind of reform of police. Everybody talks about what can we do, to make it easier for police, to make it so that it's, closer to the community and, and things like that. There was a new position created. It was the wellness coordinator. And I became very curious about it because I said, well, is this the first step towards the kind of reforms that you would want to see in a police department as well as in the fire? I know it's in for both. And so I wanted to research it. So I actually know somebody who went to William James. So I decided to go, and check in on the experts, who look at these things. And one of them was a Professor Robert Thompson Kinscherf, and the other was Dr. Joseph Toomey. And they said that no matter which department you go to, it's a huge, huge thing that has to be done. The kind of things it's, everybody in the private sector, we talk about the EAP, where, people have the option of, getting help when they need help, In your case, it's obviously a lot more specialized and a lot more intense, right? And the needs are much more intense. So I started to say, well, okay, what would be, what are the right questions to ask, to make sure that we're doing it the right way? Because it's one thing to just say, we added a line in a budget, and that's all we look at is like a line item in a budget. But as you're starting out, and we got, by the way, a terrific, I was very pleased with the job description that was handed out. So it's a full job description, so there's nothing wrong there. But I wanted to know, what is the day in the life of a person doing that job, and how effective would they be in it? So I asked that, and the first thing that that came out was that it's much, much better when you have somebody who's comfortable getting with uniformed folks in the environment they operate in. Because if you just get somebody who's like from a traditional private sector, arena, it doesn't really mesh. So if you find somebody who's comfortable wearing the blue uniform, it's a lot easier to do the work. So that's a plus when you did that. The other was making sure that person doesn't really just sit in an office all day, because if they're just sitting in an office, they're not, the job almost requires much more time out of the office than in the office, because that's where the need is. So I guess the question is how many programs do you anticipate this person to be involved with? What are the mandatory things that you might say for everybody they have to do something? So how much are they offering just for volunteer? You can come do something through wellness. What are the things maybe annually that you might say everybody has to do this once a year? Mm-hmm. And then I have a follow-up question about metrics. Use the word if I can borrow the previous speaker. On measuring results, which I could get in after this. Is there a sense of programming, like what you would do, mandatory or not?
Mr. Chairman, through you and David, the chief has allowed me to answer this question since I created the program. I think it's appropriate that I be held responsible for the matrix and for the answers. And Vaughn, if you'll indulge me just for a minute, I think it's important we understand, given recent publicity that others have given about this program. My son, one of my sons, is a captain with Boston EMS. He's in charge of the peer support program for all of Boston Police, Fire, and EMS, primarily EMS. He has helped write the peer support program. Defining peer support is when you've got an officer or a fireman who's in difficulty. It's not about wellness, it's about crisis management. And we've had some crises in this town. We had just a year ago, a very young man die under very difficult circumstances, only to find out that he didn't get the help he needed. Now, we have a support team that's been trained in Stoughton, a couple of members in the fire department, a couple of members in the police department, and they belong to the Norfolk County Peer Support Group. They're full-time firemen and full-time policemen. And maybe if somebody's in trouble, they may avail themselves of some help. And maybe not. And that's what happened a year ago, and the officer died. I consulted with my son on this and said, what should we do? And he said, the new wave is to wellness, not crisis management. Get out in front of the problem. Police and EMS personnel see horrific sights almost every day, particularly in urban areas, in some metropolitan areas. And they're too tough to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. That would be a sign of weakness in their eyes. I've also got my oldest son who's a police sergeant. So I hear about it all the time. And so what we're trying to do is what the new trend is get out in front of the crises and create a wellness program for our frontline EMS people. And as the study showed that you just reminded us of, they found that the most effective wellness coordinators are the ones who come from law enforcement or EMS. So several months ago, and I know this isn't a financial matter, but I'd just like to clear the matter up, Mr. Chairman. That's why I'm asking for a little discretion here. I heard that a young man, a highly respected young man, was leaving and retiring from police work 11 months before his pension was due because he hated policing. It was changing him. What he saw and what he was experiencing every day was changing him as a person. He was getting married and it was changing his prospects as a good husband. And so he was leaving the profession, like so many are. Like so many are. They're either not getting into it or they're leaving it. He had no idea what he was going to do, but the pressures of the job that he couldn't discuss with anyone was so bad, he said, I'm out of here. In his last week, I reached out to him. And I said, how would you like a career as a wellness coordinator? And the reason I reached out to him is he was already the de facto wellness coordinator in the PD. He helped everybody out with their problems. He was the in-house counselor. He's into wellness and he cooks all organic food. He works out in the gym every single day, works with a financial advisor on how to invest his money. All the things that police and firemen need to live a healthy, long, safe life. So I reached out to him. I never told his father. And I talked to him for a month and a half about being a wellness coordinator. I had him go into Boston EMS, meet with the wellness coordinator there and the peer support people there. He developed a curriculum on his own of fitness, of nutrition, of financial management, of teamwork, of working out together. He's negotiating prices with the Y for police and EMS workout programs. He's going to shift changes just to shoot the breeze with people over a cup of coffee. You just don't walk in and say, I'm the wellness coordinator. Do you want to talk to me? You have to build that relationship and that trust. And this individual has that trust with his colleagues. What's so disappointing is such a great, and then I informed his father a month and a half after I started the conversations. Fellow selectman Joe McCrisky had no idea. But of course, we're being accused of nepotism. It's disgraceful. It's embarrassing for this town. His father didn't even know. He didn't pull any strings. He didn't make any phone calls. Didn't ask for a favor. And this kid is developing a curriculum that could save lives in this town. And we don't have another police officer that fits the model for wellness like this young man fits the model for wellness. It speaks so well of Stoughton that we make this investment. The fire department pays for half the salary. The chief pays for half the salary. He didn't get a pay raise. We didn't pay anywhere near market. He's on a trial probational period, and he's having a profound effect. Not everybody's going to sign up immediately. It'll come over time. The message I want to make is I've been here a year and a half. I love this town. But there are a few in this town that'll take something really good like this and paint it with a picture. In this case, it was nepotism, that has caused the kid to want to leave. He doesn't want to put his father through this or me through this. He doesn't want to go through it himself. And that's disappointing. And David, I thank you for raising this issue. I wouldn't have talked about it, but when I watched a show last week that disparaged the person, the people, the role, the process, and just laced it with suspicion, I was embarrassed for the town. And I was embarrassed for the people. So thank you for asking. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting us.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have more, if that's okay. So on the other side, there's also going to be, the programs that I asked about. There's going to be, I imagine you started to allude to programs.
Sure.
Whether or not they're mandatory or not, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
The other I wanted to delve into was the measurement of results.
Sure.
I learned that there are ways in which you can measure results.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the last time I scoured the internet looking for studies on this, and you have to go back to 2019. There's not a lot out there. It's a very, very bubbling up thing that that some cities do, and I think it's about time that a town like Stoughton does too.
So Dave, in the interest
yeah.
of time, let me get out in front on that.
Yeah.
There was an organization that was created in Massachusetts this year, Maripol, what's the acronym? It's just for wellness. So this young man, Brian McCrisky, is not creating programs. He's taking that guidance, and it's no charge to us. He's taking that guidance from them. He's creating programs. Just for the record, he doesn't report into police or fire. They pay for it, but he reports into human resources. He reports into Deanna, and the measurement is going to be, in 1 year, the rank and file. If they're finding the programs helpful in managing the stress of their job, if they're engaging, if it can save a life or prevent somebody from leaving policing or EMS, then we know it's working. I know it's going to build camaraderie and teamwork. He's got road races they're doing together with packs on. He's got cooking classes that he's scheduling at the recreation center where they have facilities.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen 4 cops try to cook with 3 firemen?
No.
It's a
I have
blast.
seen firemen cook, though. Mr. Goldberg was an amazing cook.
Analysis to have us.
Yeah,
Very well.
By the way,
Cooking, I'm
through you,
just-
so some of the, I'm curious about your feedback about some things that I heard in terms of ways that you could measure, and I just want to see if they're reasonable or not. That's it, is some things have to do with like how much workers' comp is happening. Can you reduce that? The overtime, we talked about overtime in the budget. Because people end up in some stress situation where they can't show up for work, what demands does that end up putting on the rest of the staff in terms of overtime? That's a measurable thing, right? Is there a statistics on community complaints about, I didn't like the way I was, blah, blah, where that if you turn around, if the attitudes are such and the connections with the community are such that you might see a reduction, and that might take a longer time to do, but that you might see a drop off in terms of like complaints against whatever interactions happened and things like that. But aren't there things that you can look at to say, oh yeah, this improved and these, are those metrics, I like that word all of a sudden, available to you? I'm just curious about whether or not that's reasonable.
Well, certainly there are early warning signs that every employee can display, whether they're under stress or not. So, or incidents, maybe there's something going on at home, there's family stressors, we're all getting older and many people are having to take on the responsibility, maybe caring for an elderly parent. There are a number of stressors that build, not to add to, but do add to what they do for a living. So there are early warning systems that you can certainly look at and measure: sick time, injuries on the job because they're not healthy and they're not prioritizing their fitness, and maybe they get hurt, or maybe they just get hurt because they were in a situation that couldn't prevent them from not getting injured. So there are a number of early warning signs that I think we could look at to measure that.
Oh yeah, and I meant in terms of like the results being like we can see an impact, from like statistics that we already keep. like the number of complaints, the amount of workers' comp, the amount of overtime?
Correct.
Are there a bunch of those things that you already keep a history of records on that we can look forward from to say, oh, and look at what happened as a result in the next 5 years, maybe, I don't know, but
I think we would have to look at that over time. We do keep complaints, we keep that categorized and listed. We obviously, I keep track of who is injured within the department, and workers, which is, we don't have workers' comp, it's called 111F, so it's just slightly different, but it's the same thing, it's injuries on the job. So we already track that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Dave. Lauren, do you have a question?
So have there been any concerns because this officer has worked with the other officers for I don't know how long, that for other officers to go to this officer knowing them? Like, you know what I mean? Is there any concerns with expressing what's going on in their life when they already know him versus someone from the outside coming
So
in?
there's arguments on both sides, as you can imagine. Police especially are very, I don't mean this as a criticism, but very closed off. They don't trust easily or readily. This young man has had their trust for a long time. On the other hand, they may not be comfortable sharing something with somebody they've known for a long time. On the other hand, you bring someone from outside, which was our original course, and then we read the same study David cited, where they recommend somebody young from the policing world. You hire somebody from outside, it could take years before that man or woman earns their colleagues' trust. So this, I wish I could remember the name, I think it's Maripol, the acronym. They ask and answer all these questions you've raised, that Dave's raised, and it's really in its infancy. Peer support's been around for 25 years. Wellness is in its infancy in terms of being proactive and getting out in front of the well-being of the people that serve us, that serve and protect our community, but would get to a point where they're getting divorced, or they're not showing up for work, or they're getting complaints from the public, or they've gained 50 pounds. But if there's no crisis, peer support doesn't get involved. This is where wellness coordinators get involved. I didn't mean
So
to
if I may, just in addition, in our policies and procedures, as well as posted around our police station, are numbers for people that they can contact to get resources. So specifically, there may be somebody in my department that chooses not to talk to anyone in the department, whether we had hired someone from within the department or not. They may not ever reach out to anybody within the department, but having those numbers readily available to them so that they don't have to ask anybody for those numbers to reach out to get the resources from the Metrolec peer support team is available in the station at any time they want it.
All right, any other questions? Jonna?
Just a quick comment for Chief of Police Donna McNamara. I just wanted to make mention that given the horrible world we live in right now, I can only imagine how hard it is to find police. So I really respect the efforts that you're making, because it's got to be a challenge, amazing challenge. So thank you.
Thank you. It is, but this town is worth it, and we are in this to win it, so.
That's right.
All right, any other, Chet, you have a question?
No, I just want to speak it up.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the police budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the police budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, animal control. You want to jump right to questions? Okay. Any questions or comments from the committee on the animal control budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget, part of Public Safety? Page 27. Thank you very much, Eric. Questions or comments from the committee on the animal control budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the animal control budget? Cynthia.
Who is the animal control officer?
Michelle Carlos.
So there's been a change?
She's been with us for a few years now.
Okay, well, I guess I didn't get her name. Besides doing dog complaints, part of her job is what they call barn inspections. Those of us who have farm animals, she comes by once a year and checks the barn. Well, I don't have a barn. So she checks the sows, she checks the chickens, she checks the sheep and the goats. And she's very pleasant, seems to know, because you've had previous animal control officers who couldn't tell a sheep from a goat, which I was a little disturbed by. But she also makes positive recommendations. She felt that the sheep and the goats shouldn't share the same Quonset hut, although I didn't hear any complaints from them. And my farm manager went out and bought another one. It wouldn't have occurred to me. It seemed to be adequate. So I just want to say she knows her stuff, and she's very pleasant and not didactic, and doesn't issue orders, but provides good suggestions.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on the animal control budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget, Public Safety, Police? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda is Central Dispatch, which is probably page 22.
That is correct. That is
Well,
correct.
thank you. I'm not sure. Eric, is that page 22?
22.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee on Central Dispatch? Lisa?
This might be unrelated, but I keep forgetting to ask the town manager this question. May I have a moment? It's very quick. That train horn, you told me can you just give us a quick update for all the town citizens who are hoping that that train horn stops going from 4 a.m. to all hours of the night?
Briefly, if you, Lisa, I don't recall, but if you're speaking about the quieting measures,
So that the train doesn't blow that horn?
yes. Because we don't have gates, we've petitioned Congressman Lynch. He has put $270,000 in the federal budget to create, they're called quieting measures, put down crossing gates so that the horns don't have to blow.
Yes, I understand that. I was just on the timing. Last time I spoke to you, you said we'd have it within 18 months, and it's been a while, so I just...
He hasn't submitted a budget. He's submitting the federal budget for this July. So we just got the request from him last week for the description which Mark has provided on what money we need for those earmarks. They're called outside sections of the federal government. It's the first time Stoughton is asking for them, and they're going in his budget.
Yeah, but weren't we going to get it from the state at some point?
No, through you, Vaughn. The state, we were told as a town for 10 years, it was in the bond bill. I hate to disappoint anybody, but the bond bill is nothing but a political ploy. There's $1 billion, for $50 billion in requests, where politicians sometimes go out and say, we got you in the bond bill. I never got $1 out of the bond bill. So, but we are going to get it, but it's through the federal government.
Okay. You're welcome. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee on Central Dispatch? Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public on the Central Dispatch budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget for Public Safety? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, crossing guards. Any questions or comments from the committee on the crossing guards budget? Eric, do you know what page this is? 21. Mark, you have a question?
How's our staffing? Are we fully staffed on crossing guards, or?
Yes, we are.
And what is the pay rate?
Give me 1 minute. So it's an hourly rate, and I go through this every year, so let me just look it up real quick. So we have 21 positions, and it is $21.95 an hour.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the committee? Crossing Guard, Diane, you have a question?
Thank you, Vaughn. I've kind of mentioned this before. I know I've mentioned it to Mark. I've definitely mentioned it to Paul Gaffoon. Is there any way that we can get them lighted signs so when they go out in the street? I have to cite the one across from the high school because I go by there every morning on the way to work, and sometimes it's dark, and I can't see her, and I can't see the stop sign that she's walking out in the street with. It just would be nice. Sometimes they have those signs and the little lights around them just to make sure that everything is visible. I don't want to run over anybody in the morning. Thanks.
Okay. Did you have an answer for that, or?
I mean, the ones that you're seeing that are lit up at certain locations, the stop sign that are lit, that they're solar powered.
No, I think I'm talking about the actual ones that they hold in their hand that actually light up.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I'll look into them. I haven't seen them.
perfect. Thank you.
There will be a cost to that. We do have a small budget for equipment, but not a significant, which
I would definitely vote for
buys the
Donna
high-vis
Ferry.
jackets.
Yep.
All right, any other questions, comments from the committee on the crossing guards budget? Lisa?
I apologize. I forgot to ask a question on the animal control as to why that salary went up so much.
So that was market value. We did a comparison for the position to communities that still have an animal control, and we were woefully underpaying our animal control officer with the experience that she has and the training that she has.
I just noticed it was at like 39+%. I went, whoa.
Yeah.
Just a reminder on this individual, she's on 24/7. So she gets calls at 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 6 a.m. on Sunday to pick up animals who have been hit by cars or anything else, or a muskrat in somebody's home. I mean, it's not just animal control, it's emergency response time. So she's literally 7 days a week. That's why, and we were going to lose her. We promised we'd do a study. We did the comprehensive study, and she was right about her raise. It looks exorbitant, and I get that, but we would have hired somebody, and we would have paid perhaps even more than that because of what the market study showed us. We wouldn't give anybody a rate like that unless we had absolute, quantifiable, indisputable evidence as to where the market is.
I'm just concerned because of all the significant raises this year on a difficult budget.
I get that, but there's two sides to that coin. If they leave and we're recruiting them, in most occasions, we're finding out with assessors right now, we're going to have to pay more. So it's in our best interest to retain our employees somewhere in the average of the market. We're not Newton. We can't pay at the top, but we can pay at the mean, and that's our goal, is to pay at the mean. If you look at the two chiefs in the fire department, we looked at the mean. If you look at our CFO now, we're at the mean. We're not at the high. We can't get anybody at the low. We're paying at the high for a new assessor. Through 10 days, we got one application, the person's not certified, at the high.
I just didn't see that, the comparables. I missed it, so. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions or comments from the committee on crossing guards budget? Part of Article 15, hearing none. Questions or comments from the public, crossing guards budget? Article 15, general fund operating budget? Hearing none. Next item we're going to cover is substance abuse prevention.
43.
Thank you very much.
You gonna get it? She's gonna. Go ahead, Donna.
I already informed him. So, Vaughn, through you,
Want to present, or you want the questions? Or?
just questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the committee on substance abuse prevention budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the substance abuse prevention budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have Article 22, Police Department Capital. We'll cover cruisers. I know the cruisers are here every year. Every year it's something that we do.
So if I may, just go off a little bit off the current article that we're putting forth for this year and discuss an email that I sent to Biz this week, our accountant. We just got the bill for the 3 cruisers that we ordered in November. And the newest quote, when we utilized the documentation a year ago at annual town meeting for $55,000 for a cruiser, that was the quote then that we based it off. We ordered those as we do in the fall, and their new cost now has gone up to $73,000 for one vehicle.
So are you saying that this...
The article, that the quote that I used in the documentation was back, I think you can see it on the email, the date when it was created was November 9th of 2023 for the same vehicle. They had quoted me $68,566.75 for the same vehicle. We just got the quote from the same organization for
Can you
$73,000.
repeat the new number again?
The quote that I just received, March 15th of 2024, for the same vehicle is $73,000 for a 2024 Chevy Tahoe.
3,000 even?
No, sorry, you want the exact? $73,514.
All right, thank you.
And we're requesting 3 marked cruisers and 1 unmarked, without putting anything as far as computers or additional radio or buying an upgraded radio. That $255,000 that we had probably would get us the 3 marked cruisers. I don't know that it'll get us them unmarked as well.
All right, so Vaughn, are we to understand then that if you take the difference, $4,948 per vehicle, times 3, it would be $14,844? Is that the added amount that we have to add to the?
Is that completely outfitted? I mean, do we have a total amount for 4 vehicles?
So I have a separate quote for the radios and which is built into the 255. So that's the only expense that I'm concerned about, is that.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Oh, I'm
because I
sorry.
understand what you're asking.
So it's quantity 4 at the same price increase, not just standard vehicles, but the unmarked as well?
The unmarked would be slightly less,
Okay.
because it doesn't have the equipment of a marked cruiser.
Right, so, all right, so in order to get the accurate amount that you need, do you have the math that we could use for that?
I just got this week.
Oh, no, I understand the
So-
timing. I'm trying to understand, like, what should we do with it? Should we change the number if
I
we're
think
going
we
to
need to
change
change
it?
the number in order to buy the cruiser.
Right, so I only did the math on 3 vehicles at $4,948 each, and that only covers the 3, not the 4th. So if we have, starting with the 3, you're at $14,844 that you need, but that doesn't cover the unmarked. So I don't know what the delta is on the unmarked.
So, and that's the situation that I'm in right now.
You don't have that
I
number?
didn't get a price on
Okay.
an unmarked.
Oh, okay, all right, so.
Are you looking to get 3 or 4?
So 3 marked cruisers, so 3 cruisers and then the 1 unmarked.
Okay, so
But the unmarked is not as expensive as a marked.
could you send over the new quotes then?
I will.
The total, everything included, everything?
I'll get another one, yep.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Mark.
So just to be clear, we're still staying with the 3 marked, 1 unmarked, and your price of $255 is going to change. But
Yes.
if you stayed with just the 3 marked, you could stay at the $255.
Yes.
Now, do you need the unmarked
Need
one?
the unmarked during this.
So that's what, the email I sent to Biz was because the article last year was for 3 marked and 1 unmarked, and the same thing has happened. So I haven't bought that unmarked that I was supposed to buy last year. That's what I was trying to buy this year. That's the reason for the email to Biz. Is I'm not going to, the article that you town meeting allotted for us to buy 3 marked and 1 unmarked, the jump is just significant. So we went from 55,000 for, now we're getting quotes of 73,000.
Okay, so do you need all 4 vehicles, or would you be looking just for the 3 cruisers then if you didn't get the unmarked from before?
That's why I put it in this year, is because I still haven't been able to get it.
No, I was wondering about
So I
the
still
same
need the
question, but
unmarked.
taking away
Take away a marked.
take away a standard marked, yeah, quantity 2 plus the unmarked, that's still quantity 3.
Can you get away with 3 vehicles this year, or do you need the 4, basically?
So,
Because you can, if you get 3, whether it's 2 marked, 1 unmarked, you'll stay in the 255.
Because
but I still haven't been able to buy the vehicle, the unmarked that I needed last
No, but you
year.
can do an
This year.
unmarked and 2 marked.
You have the unmarked from
The
last.
marked cruisers are significantly used more.
Right.
We only buy an unmarked every so many years, 5, 6 years. We haven't bought an unmarked in a number of years.
Okay, so if we do just the 3 cruisers, would that be good?
No.
Okay,
So this unmarked that needs to go is significantly older.
okay.
Because they burn out fast, the marked ones, they burn out fast.
So I'll just use the old vehicle that I used to drive. It was 12 years old before I got rid of it as an unmarked. So we don't replace the unmarked very often, but when we do, we need to replace them.
Okay, did we get the unmarked from last year, though?
No, I'm not going to have enough money in the vehicles that I ordered this year from last year's town meeting, and I tried to build it into this year, and I showed those prices, and I sent them to Biz this week with the new pricing that they gave us. The 3 cruisers that we ordered in November, the new price that we're going to have to pay, because I just got the cost, is $73,000.
Okay, so
Significant.
there'll be money left over from that article then, because you're getting the 3 cars instead of the 4, right?
I think it's a small amount. It
okay.
might be a little bit, maybe 10, 20,000
Okay.
at most. I don't think it's going to purchase.
Okay.
It's definitely not going to purchase an unmarked car.
Okay, Mr. Coulter, did you have something to say? I saw you getting ready to say something.
I think I'll pass.
Lisa, do you have a question?
I just want to clarify what I heard. You had an article to buy an unmarked car last year at town meeting. I just want to pause there and say, why didn't we buy that yet? Because it wasn't available?
Because of the concerns of the vehicle pricing. So if we had ordered it and we couldn't purchase it, so we ordered the marked cruisers first, because they're more important to replace. So we ordered, and it takes a number of months to get a marked cruiser built. So we ordered the 3 marked cruisers, and we held off to see how much money we would have left, concerned about the cost of vehicles. So I did not order an unmarked car for that reason.
Okay, so this year, I hear...
So I put it back into this year as a capital item to buy that vehicle.
And we can't forego that this year because we already forewent it last year.
Correct.
Okay. And then you can't just help how much more the 3 standard vehicles cost.
Yes. We can try and bid it out, but there's so few companies that build police cars.
All right, Chet, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you, Donna, Chief McNamara. We've been friends for many, many, many years. Years ago, we made a policy to buy 3 vehicles every year to, make sure the fleet is up to date. So please don't be mad at me for saying this, but I drove by the police building today and I saw 15 marked vehicles in the backyard. And obviously there's probably 5 on the streets at 536.
At 536, that's possible. Yeah.
Okay, so why do we have all these extra vehicles? I mean, we're paying insurance on these. They're all marked,
Yes, we
they're
are.
all lights, you know, they have everything on there. Do we use them for, I don't see too many, those vehicles used for details.
We use the oldest vehicles for the details. As they're coming to end of life, those are the only ones that we try to send out on details. Brand-new cruisers are used on shift. They're used 24 hours a day. Not every car is, you might have a day shift car that is used 6 to 10 people, depending on Monday through Friday, how many, we have resource officer, we have detectives, we have patrol officers. We're down in staffing, yes. But we have a minimum number of cruisers on the road. Monday through Friday, there's day shift, there's more cruisers on the road than midnight shift, Monday through Friday. So we're constantly using these vehicles. Sometimes one car might be used from day shift to then evening shift, but doesn't work on the midnight shift, and other cars is constantly being replaced.
Okay, so.
So hours, there are hours built into that. They're not necessarily, they could be stopped running radar. You're still putting hours on a vehicle because it's sitting there idling. We rotate the cars. We have a policy for the marked cruisers, which is 80,000 miles or 3 years that we replace them. That was created by the town, and we abide by that.
Okay.
And try to follow that.
So my other question, it's probably not appropriate, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If you seize the vehicle for like a drug bust, can that be used for undercover use? You know, for a marked vehicle?
So there's a long process before we could potentially get that through the court proceedings, so it might be a number of years.
Okay.
So we've had vehicles at times held for 2-3 years while the case is going on, and then we put money into it to fix it up, to use it
By that
as.
time, you just send it to
yeah.
Everett's junkyard?
Yeah, so we call it a soft car at that point because it doesn't have any lights and
Okay.
you can drive around in it, but it's not often.
All right, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Dave?
Yeah, to you, Vaughn, thanks. So we talked earlier about getting out of civil service and that we now have a very fast track capability on getting new patrols, officers. How will that impact our need for more cars? Are we going to be changing the number of cars we're going to need to buy?
So we were almost at this 54 before the crisis happened with hiring. So we've already built that in. Because we were at 52 officers a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay, that's
So-
good to hear.
so
So
that's-
we're kind of at a level with the 3 coming in every year. So my other question I always bring up has to do with the lights, the flashing lights. And what I've discovered is going into other communities, they've got cars that go out and instead of flashing their lights, they have a solid light going all the way across the car, both at the bottom and at the top, red and blue. Instead of flashing, they're just constant on. I don't know, I guess they're pulled over and they just put them on. But instead of flashing like nuts, where it's like a strobe light, it's a little better for people coming up to it.
So there's different settings in the lights depending on what they're doing. So when they're going to a call, it's a different setting than what you're seeing. If someone's pulled over like that and have the setting on adjusted to just be a solid light, you can do that.
Oh, okay, so I shouldn't see crazy strobes when somebody's just on the side of the road. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the committee on cruisers? Article 22, Police Department Capital. Hearing none, any questions or comments from the public on Article 22, Police Department Capital Cruisers? Hearing none, next item on the agenda is firearms, $160,000. Well, it's still on page 19 of the warrant. Any questions or comments from the committee on the firearms part of Joel?
If I read this stuff right, you want to change your firearms to Walthers?
No, that we were looking at that. We tested them, but we're not going to go with the Walther. We're actually going to stay with the Glock.
Oh, okay.
We test random.
All right, so basically, it looks like you're replacing everybody's sidearm.
Correct.
And the ones that you're replacing, what happens to them?
So similar to when we did it in 2018, we'll sell it back to a dealer, and then we'll get a credit. So hopefully we'll get, but I don't know what that credit will be until we purchase it.
So you're satisfied the $160,000 will pay for the new firearms, including the credit?
Yes,
Or I should say, the $160,000 plus the credit will pay for the new firearms?
Yes.
And you're staying with Glock?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Chet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Chief. Why are we changing out our weapons? I mean, guns don't go bad.
No, they don't, but they get a lot of use.
Like what, on the firing range?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, I had a .45 for 20 years in the Marine Corps, and I used it all the time, and had no problems with it. So I don't understand. Are you just doing this because you want titanium sights on it? And we had a police officer got fired years ago for having sights on his firearm.
You put a laser on it.
Well, the titanium sights is the same thing. It is.
It's going to be, it's going to be installed, factory installed by the manufacturer. So it's not going to be something that an officer can add on to their firearm. So that is a completely different opportunity here. We replace our standard replacement of our firearms is something that we do, that we should be doing to make sure that the equipment that the officers have is the best equipment that they can have. We don't have to worry about them using something that's 20 years old. They shouldn't be using a firearm that's 20 years old.
Well, I mean, I'm all for police protection and fire protection, the whole thing, but what is the capacity right now of the Glock? Is it 10-round magazine?
That's an operational question, and I
Okay,
would
never
not
mind.
put that out.
But I know here it says 18 rounds, that's all. And the only thing I see differently, it's still a 9mm with titanium sights and a magazine with, well, I'm sure that, same option, I believe, right? It's going to be the same option with the Glock on this one here?
Yes.
That you're asking for? Okay. Thank you. I don't want to be argumentative, but I'm just like, you know, I just can't see spending this amount of money for firearms that we just replaced in 2018.
Okay. Elliot, do you have a question?
Thank you.
Just a quick question.
I don't quite get that either, by the way.
How do you decide what firearms you're going to use, sidearms? I mean, you can't look them up in Consumer's Report, but I'm just kind of curious if there's some kind of a clearinghouse, because many different police departments have many options of firearms they pick. And I suppose after a while, you get a consensus from the various departments that this one didn't measure up to what we hoped it would do, or this one is better than we thought, et cetera, et cetera. Just kind of curious how you pick them.
So we tested them out in the fall when we were at the range, the new manufacturer, and allowed people to try them. It was not a firearm that we purchased. It was on lent to us. And then we chose to stick with what we've had, which is the Glock.
What model Glock was it, 17? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Good enough.
All right, any other questions, comments from Mark?
Yeah, yes, thanks. I didn't realize it before, and now I did. And my question is with the quotes that we have, or that we were given, are from two different companies and two different guns. Or firearms, I'm sorry. The one that you are going with, if you're going with the Glock, is only for $59,000.
So we just made that determination, what we were going to stick with.
Right, but you're asking for $160,000, but the quote's only for $60,000.
I'm sorry, that doesn't include the holsters, the flashlight, all the additional that was submitted as the backup.
The holsters is only $2,000 and $11,000.
Is that for the same amount? I'll have to look at that.
$11,000 for the 11,000 for the flashlight. I'm just trying to figure out where that 160, because it does seem high for the quote.
Are you including the aim point? The 35,630?
Right, but I think the 160 though, doesn't that add in the 42 for the Walters or no?
Well, there's a reflex
Not the
site on
greatest
here
on the
too for
math,
30,
so I'm sorry.
35 on here. There's a reflex site for 35,000 on here, so I don't know if you're adding that in too.
So you see the document that has it in like landscape like this, Mark? Everything that's on there is just changing. All of these items are still there, need to be purchased.
Right, I was just trying to figure out how it
The
added up.
Safari, 09. The only thing that would change is the 70 Walther. Instead of Walther, it's
Okay.
the Glock.
I'm sorry.
Okay, while you're adding that up, I'm going to take
Go right
a
ahead,
question
yes,
from
please.
Lisa.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I'm just concerned at the level of questioning where we're asking that might be, I think you used the word operational for our chief of police. And as a secondary note, I'm just very concerned that this municipal budget is 34% compared to the school's 66%. I feel like as a finance committee, we need to address some concerns on that as well.
I think we need to keep on target with the article we're on.
Given that that is a valid
Discussing
point.
firearms right now.
Yep, but that's a valid point that I would like to address at some point. So please let me know when that's okay to
We're
bring up
discussing
again.
firearms right now, though.
Can you acknowledge my request to properly vet the entire budget? Thank you.
We properly vet the entire budget all the time.
We do not.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 22, firearms section. Mark, did you finish adding that up?
Yeah, what I came up with is 117,246. I know you'd like to have some wiggle room just in case this changes, but if we need to make any changes, is there a way to lower that a little bit, that 160, if we need to?
I wouldn't be able to, I could give you a tighter number with just the Glocks, if you would like me to resubmit that.
Yeah, if you can, with everything that you're getting in the new.
I mean, again, these were prices that we got in November.
Right.
So.
That's what I was saying. I know the 117, you want to add some in there, just in case we need to adjust anything. You know what I mean?
Certainly, I can do that.
If not, we can leave it at the 160, but just in case, if we need, 5 or 10 or something for something.
I can do that.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Jonna, do you have a question on this?
Just a quick comment. As a side note, I know that, I think it's Officer Owens that does the registrations for the LTCs, if I'm not mistaken.
Sergeant Owens.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Is this relative to this article?
Oh, yes, it is.
So this
I
is
just
about
wanna make
buying, this is
just a
about the
quick
quote to
comment.
buy firearms?
Well, it's about firearms and the LTC. Just a real quick comment. A lot of people say to me that there's an awfully long waiting list, and I know to get the LTC. I know mine took a year. If somebody could look into that, it would be nice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee in regards to Article 22, the firearms portion? Any questions or comments from the public on Article 22, the firearms portion? Hearing none. Next item. Article 22, ballistic vest. I think everyone knows what that is.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments from the committee on the ballistic vest? Part of Article 22. No questions or comments from the committee. Questions or comments from the public on Article 22, Police Department Capital Ballistic Vest. Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street. Just a comment. I know a lot of you don't have time to read the papers or watch the news, but yesterday an officer was shot in Boston in the chest, and he's fine because he was wearing his vest.
Well, thank you very much for that, because vests save lives. Any other questions or comments from the public on Article 22, Police Department Capital Ballistic Vest? Hearing none. Next item, Article 32, Police Station Expansion and Renovation Design, $300,000. Did you want to present or jump right to questions? What did you want to do on this? Does the committee have any questions on Article 32, Police Station Expansion and Renovation Design? Joel.
Chief McNamara, could you go over the schedule that you have in mind for when this work would be done, when we would go to town meeting, when we would start construction, when everything would be done?
I'm going to let the town engineer and the assistant town manager, since he kind of created that, go over that. But we've been sort of working on this for a number of years, as you well know, Joel, for the police department and the needs that we have. And so we've sort of put together a brief schedule. This is our first step, is getting this article put forward.
Okay, so could you give us some indication of what the dates would be?
Yeah, I know Rick probably has a really detailed schedule in front of him, because that's the kind of work that Rick does. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but this proposal would get you a feasibility light schematic design, which I know you know what all that means, but most people don't know what all that means. It's not a full-fledged design development type of thing, which you know, but nobody else knows. Design development, final design, bid plans would be something that would come after this. So this proposal will essentially get you the program redefined from when the Public Safety Building Committee was formed. They did a lot of this work originally. They went through extensive hours interviewing Donna, what her police needs were, but they were incorporated into a public safety building, not a building by itself for just a police department. So they'll go through that, they'll refresh that. They will also extensively, from my perspective, look at the site on this. It's called a feasibility study because we're not 100% sure that site can handle a police station expansion addition until we actually get going, looking at the design of the building. The critical need at that site is parking spaces, as we talked about at a previous town meeting, how many parking spaces the police needs. So to me, as the town engineer, that's the driving force, but both need to work together, the design of the building and the parking. For example, and Rick will talk to this much more smoothly than I can. For example, say we are minus 10 to 15 parking spaces. How can we do this by modifying the building design? Maybe we go up with the addition and we park cars underneath it, things of that nature. That's what this proposal will look at. Different options of how we can actually design the building for their needs and their future needs, and also plan for the future with parking. All that has to work. There's not a lot of extra space there. I've looked at it myself. There's such a small margin that you really need to get into the design of the building to know if you can fit the parking spaces. From a schedule standpoint, I'll let Rick answer that. I think you'd be more capable.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Richard Pomeroy, Pomeroy Associates. We're the owner's project manager for the town of Stoughton. We're currently involved with the fire station project. And a lot of what Mark had said is setting us up here for a lot of things I was going to say, but there was a project program that was completed in 2019, 2020 as part of the Public Safety Complex project. That program and the time that was spent developing that program will be reutilized during this process. But we have to go back through and refine it and test it and make sure that, everyday operational things change. So we need to go back and reprogram the operation of the fire department, or the police department, excuse me. Also, a feasibility study, a capital needs assessment was performed of the police station during that first step. We'll refresh that. We need to do some site investigations to determine the feasibility of using the property and building on the property. And as Mark had mentioned, we have a limited site and we have a lot of use that needs to be generated within that site. So we have to look at creative ideas of how to use the space and most likely go up with some of our parking levels in order to accommodate everything. As far as the schedule goes, our goal is to be ready for fall town meeting this October. So after approved, if we are approved at spring town meeting, or annual town meeting, we'll jump right into it and we'll refresh the program. We'll conduct a feasibility study and light schematics for 2.5 months. Then we'll do some site investigations. We need to do geotechnical investigations and perk testing and cost estimating. And our goal is to be complete with our entire study by mid-August, end of August at the latest, and then go use a month and a half for informational sessions and forums with the community before town meeting. That would just get us to the point where we'll have a full budget and we'll be able to educate the community on the schedule and the total cost of the project.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Laura?
Hi. Didn't we have an article last year on renovations to the police station? I think it was the women's locker room or something. Did that work get done, and how would that kind of fit into what sounds like a much larger kind of holistic project?
So we've just purchased the lockers, and it wasn't the renovation of the locker room per se.
It was just purchasing.
So we moved a double sink, and we moved that sink in order to create an area to put more lockers because I didn't have enough lockers.
Got it.
And that's in progress.
Oh, okay.
We've ordered the lockers, we're just waiting for them to come in.
And then that will stay within this larger renovation. It's not like that work will
We hope
get
to,
undone.
yeah. I mean, the men's locker room right now doesn't suffice what we need for the men in the police department either. I hope we have more than 15 women police officers in our department, so we don't have much room to grow because we're already almost at capacity.
And that's why you're doing
with those new lockers.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
All right, any other questions, comments? Lisa?
Just real quick, how old is the current police station and who designed the capacity for that, given that we're almost at capacity?
That, I don't know who designed it. It was built and took occupancy in 1998.
All right. Elliot, you have a question?
Yes. I'm a bit confused here because I thought we had picked a space up there that used to be the VFW or something, and that was supposed to be a fire department up there, fire station?
It's being built now.
I'm sorry?
It's being built now.
Okay, but it's a fire station, and then you're talking about a public safety building that's going to be police and fire. And
I may have confused things. I apologize for that. There was a study that was completed in 2019 and 20 and part of 21 where we were, the community, and we were looking at a public safety complex. That did not go forward because there was no sites available that could accommodate the size of facility. So the decision was to go forward with the fire department side of that, and now we're in front of you now to proceed with the police department side.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Joel, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple, actually. Let's go back to the schedule again. I think I got it. So what you're saying is that on July 1st, when funding becomes available, you're going to be able to start work and do all the tasks shown in the Doran Whittier proposal, and that would give you the documents that would be ready for a proposed special town meeting in November. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where July 1st is coming from. Our goal is to be starting the first part of May.
Funding starts at the beginning of the fiscal year, and the fiscal year starts on July 1st. So you can start the beginning of May, not sure when you get paid.
Well, that could very well be. I think that was probably the part of the agreement. We would start up front and then get paid in arrears.
If the town has the money to do that, Mr. Coulter?
I'm so sorry, I've disengaged minutes.
What's that?
It's okay. Mr. Coulter, the question is, if we approve this article at the annual town meeting, can they start any earlier than the 1st of July?
Probably not by the 1st of July, no. If it's approved at town meeting, I'm sure the designer and the professionals would tell you there's a lot of prep time before they can actually, especially with procurement.
That's why I'm asking the question.
So no, probably not by the 1st of July. I don't think the money would be available.
That's the problem. That's what I think, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant their capabilities.
No, they can do whatever they want, but if they want to get paid, I don't think we can expend funds until after the 1st of July.
They could not begin before the 1st.
I believe that when this concept was discussed and put together, we were aware, both the architects and the OPM were aware of the funding restrictions. And there's a lot of startup that needs to take place to get ready and to do studies and information before that time. So,
okay. Do you have some kind of order of magnitude of what this project would cost in its entirety?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Swallowing that one. Okay. I guess not.
Any other questions or comments on the committee? Article 32. Dave.
Yeah, through you, Vaughn. Oh, by the way, we all start to check out at about 10:30 at night. Just so you know, it's the rest of the night that's very tough for all of us.
Do you have a question on this
I
article,
do. I just
Dave?
wanted to comment on
Thank
the
you.
previous speaker. Last fall, there was also a parcel that was going to be turned into a parking lot. Is parking part of this evaluation that we're looking at, or is it out of scope because we're not going to deal with parking? I'm not sure if I understand where that fits in, because it was supposed to be part and parcel of like the first phase. They were going to have parking as a phase to this eventual project that you have in front of us.
So I think on a proposal like this, at this early stage in the game, you're not getting the detail that you normally get this early. The reason is for parking. So we're actually doing a full site survey with a professional land surveyor going out there surveying all the parcels in that area, including the parcel you're talking about. When you actually survey a piece of land, a lot of people don't know this, but you have to survey the land abutting it anyways. So it's not extra costs. In order to establish property lines on your property, you're surveying all the property lines around it to put the puzzle pieces together. So that's actually included in this. We're getting a full survey. The reason why we want a full survey and not something based on conceptual GIS information or preliminary plans is because we're going to need every square foot of that property. We're going to need to know exactly where that property line is to this accuracy, not to this accuracy. Because this accuracy can lose a parking space. So we're going to be looking at all parking options on site, the municipal parking lot next door, and those other two parking areas next to it. There may be an opportunity to work with the developer, the owner of those properties, to either realign those parking spaces or swap out parking spaces somewhere else in the downtown to meet their parking requirements.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the scope included the big picture, which would obviously, if you're taking you're going out, you're popping the building out on one side, that we're going to be thinking about parking before you start construction, right? Yeah.
It's a great question, Dave, and I appreciate it. And from my perspective, when you look at the architects and civil engineers, the civil engineers, we start at the foundation out. We care about the parking, we care about the utility and the stormwater. On this one, I really feel that's very important for all the reasons we talked about.
All right, any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 32, police station expansion and renovation design, $300,000. Hearing Mark.
Once fire station is built up and going, how many parking spaces are we gaining over there? Over at Fire Station 1?
We're gaining the required, we're not actually gaining spaces, we're going to be building more spaces to meet the required parking for the use of the fire station at that point. It's going to be an emergency operations center / public health building. That requires so many parking spaces, actually more than a fire station. So we'll be building the number of required parking spaces for that building.
All right.
All right, any other questions, comments from the committee? Article 32, police station expansion or renovation design, $300,000. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 32, police station expansion and renovation design, $300,000. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Article 15, general fund operating budget, fire and rescue, public safety, fire and rescue. Thank you very much for your discussion and presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chief McNamara. Have a great night.
Thank you, Chief. We'll be right here if you need us.
Good evening. In lieu of time, do you want to go? It's up to you, Chairman, whether you want to go right to questions.
We can jump right to questions if you want.
I have a 3-hour presentation, but I don't know. You guys.
Hey, it's fine with me.
Don't call me on that because I don't have it.
Do we have any questions or comments from the committee on the fire and rescue budget, which is on page 23?
23.
Thank you. Page 23. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee on the fire and rescue budget, page 23?
23, 24. Yep. Jack Makam, Assistant Chief. Good evening, through the chair.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee on the fire and rescue department budget? Okay. Any questions or comments from the public on the fire and rescue budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget, FY25, public safety, fire and rescue? Okay. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda. Annual town meeting articles, Article 23, fire department capital, which is on page 20 in the warrant. First item, we have an ambulance for $450,000. Any questions or comments from the committee on the ambulance for $450,000, part of Elliott? Not part of Elliott, part of the article, Elliott.
Thank you for confusing me. Didn't we just buy like a spare ambulance? We had 3 of them or something?
So to your question through the chair, we have 3 ambulances. This is on our apparatus rotation policy. We are still waiting for that ambulance we purchased, but that was to replace the oldest one, which is really falling apart. We had to put it out of service for quite a while. This is already up to replace the next one. That was 2 years ago. We just got the chassis in October. We have to be assigned a number. I'm sure I don't have to tell you, you see this all the time, and I'm sure you even deal with it personally, but the wait on these is unreal. So we're already up for the next ambulance to be replaced. And it's concerning because this one is replacing a 9-year-old ambulance. I just looked, it has 124 miles on it, 124,000 miles on it. And, I know we had some issues with this one. As a matter of fact, the siren shut off yesterday on the way to the hospital. It's a wiring thing. We got it fixed, but this is where things start to break down. So this is up on again, the apparatus replacement policy that was presented and accepted by the town, and we are already there.
One other quick question.
Sure.
Have you had a lot of times where you simply didn't have enough ambulances and you had to call out of town?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Got any kind of numbers?
Yeah, yeah, sure. So our mutual aid ambulances, the ambulance calls in, where are we at with that? I can tell you, there's a little bit of an issue with the area, and I've even reached out to the governor's office in lieu of everything. We as the region that respond or transport to the Good Samaritan asked for a sort of a regional state of emergency because of that hospital is the only hospital in the area since Brockton is down and Norwood. We have 90-minute wait times. We have 90-minute wait times, which means we can't get anybody off the stretcher for 90 minutes, which puts an ambulance out of service for 90 minutes. So we've relied heavily on mutual aid as of recent, and our call volume, we're on track right now to hit 7,000 calls this year, which far exceeds our busiest year. Do you have that?
Jack Makemer, Assistant Chief, through the chair, please. We just had 193 mutual aids for the year ending 2023. So as far as the last 2.5 months, we can get that data to you, Mr. Hanson, but for the year for 2023, we had 193 mutual aid ambulances come to the town. So,
do you have any other questions on that, Elliot? Or
no, thank you.
Jonna, you have a question?
Yes, I was just curious what the increase is, like percentage-wise, approximately. I'm not looking for a definitive answer, please.
So the increase on mutual aid ambulances or call volume altogether, or? Sure. So right now, I believe we're last year we were up 22%, roughly. Our mutual aid ambulances, and we staff the 2 ambulances, and I don't know what that results in as a percentage on mutual aid ambulance.
through the chair, to you, ma'am, 3 years ago, we did 5,400 calls, just approximately. 2 years ago, that increased by 1,000 runs, like the chief said, and that translated to a 25% increase in call volume from 5,400. We thought maybe it was a COVID blip, but it remained constant. In the last 2 years, we've done from 64 to 6,500 calls, and like the chief said, it's early days right now, but we're on target if we continue at the call volume rate that we are for the year 2024 to do 7,000 calls, which would be 500 more than we're doing now, which is 1,500 more than we would have done 2 years ago, which is more than the town of Avon, which I grew up in, does in a whole year.
And compared to the other surrounding towns, do you know a few others or no? Just curious.
They're seeing an increase with ambulance calls also. I can't speak to their full emergency response call volume, but all the area towns are seeing an increase in ambulance and emergency medical response.
All right, do we have any questions? You have a question on this, Lauren?
So how much are we paying for the other towns? How much are we putting out per year?
So it's not really, we're not paying anything, but what we are doing is losing, right? That's not, a ambulance revenue that we're losing to the other town, right? We have it kind of worked out. We really work well with mutual aid. I mean, we have to rely on mutual aid for all calls, we were just over in Randolph with our ladder truck today, and then a fire in Canton with our engine company. It works really well. We've had ambulances in today from other towns. We don't pay them. They don't pay us to respond. What we do is if we respond there, we capture that ambulance transport and charge that and send that bill to that insurance company, and they do the same thing here. So it's kind of a wash.
So you don't have a specific amount that you pay out, or that you're basically losing because it's not Stoughton who's providing the service sometimes?
No, again, so what we would do is we would lose out on the ability to bill that patient's insurance. Yeah. No, we do have a what we would charge for specific calls. So we have, and they're broken down to ALS 1, ALS 2, BLS, and then we charge per mile. So I guess roughly the average ambulance call is, let's say, I think it's roughly 2,000.
Right, through the chair, like the chief said, whether it was billed as Medicare or through a private insurance company, and we do close to a 50 to 50% ratio of Medicare versus insurance. So if we were to break down the calls we're losing, but please keep in mind that we do provide mutual aid service to our surrounding communities also. So once we took that into effect, we would have a net loss of likely 100 calls, and if the average call was a BLS or ALS call, which we bill out to $2,200 to $2,800 per call, depending. I'm just taking an average mean of whether it's a BLS or ALS. It's anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000.
One last question. So if you had more staff than you have per shift,
We want to keep this discussion to the article of
No,
the
I know,
ambulance.
I'm just saying you're going to get another ambulance, right? So you'll need more staff, right?
So,
If you
no.
could use all of them?
What we do is we like to have an ambulance in reserve
Yeah.
because there's a lot of times that they break down or they're out getting preventive maintenance done. The other thing that we have the ability to do, which works out well, if there is so if we go mutual aid, we will put on what we call a box 33. If we have a fire, we call it, it's just Stoughton related, but other departments have their own phrases. So we put on a box 7, box 5, whatever, working fires. What that does is it allows recall, right? So anybody off duty can come in. We would staff that ambulance, right? So that ambulance has the ability in the bay to be used. So it captures all of the calls coming in as long as we can staff it. There has been, if the state was to, all of a sudden understand that we have a need, and I really don't necessarily need to start a conversation about, the shelters, but if they were to, I would be very happy with staffing a third ambulance with that money, if they were to give it to us, so that we are not tied up there with one of our ambulance, one of our two, and we can actually have that third. So we're really not losing anything, right? Because we have our calls, I just ran them, I'm sorry, this was last week's, and I know it's grown between the two shelters. And this is since October of 23, 54 times we've been up there, and quite a bit for medicals. So, that takes an ambulance. And then again, the 90-minute wait time is not helping the residents in Stoughton. We have been transporting to Milton, South Shore, Boston to try to, we have a kind of a trigger in place that they're letting us know when they're at the 90-minute. And now what we're doing is diverting to other hospitals because it's actually easier to go into Boston, transport there, and get back in service.
We're requesting a new ambulance to replace the aging fleet in line with our vehicle rotation policy.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Dave?
Yeah, through you, I think this is a question for you. I'm not sure. I wanted to ask about funding sources, and I'm not sure whether or not there's any money in stabilization for fire. I know there's a fire apparatus stabilization. I don't know whether, because I was going to ask if there's money in there, do any of these lines qualify for that kind of
I don't
source?
believe there is any money in the fire equipment stabilization fund at this point. We could double check, but I don't think there's anything in there right now.
That was the question.
Yeah, and I agree. And I sorry, Vaughn, I meant to, every time I talk, I kind of lean, I should be going through you, and I apologize for that. But,
no problem.
But through you, I had Mary Jane check, and I think it was back in November, and she said there was no money in the fire ambulance stabilization account. So I don't know whether, I know that Bill Rowe last time had to transfer the money in. So.
All right, thank you. Lisa, do you have any questions?
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
So I just had a quick question. So with regard to the population and or the shelters, I was told by a fireman, I won't name his name, that there's calls that are being called to use an ambulance that is for such minor problems. What would you suggest as a policy? Because this is, like you said, 90 minutes is taking away from.
We're not here to discuss fire department policies, though. This is about the ambulance.
Yeah, but
capital item.
This is a capital item, and it's about expenditures, and if we can reduce the pressure on these vehicles, maybe it would cost the town less.
I think they just said this is to replace an aging ambulance, so.
I can give a quick answer if you want.
Thank you, Chief.
Real quick, Ron. By law, we have to respond to 911 calls. Okay, we cannot deny people. We cannot deny people transports to hospitals, right? Just like an emergency room cannot deny patient care. We can't either. And so we're limited and restricted by law. It's our duty. That's really the simplest way.
Everyone.
All right, thank you.
I had a follow-up question, but I didn't.
Elliot had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vaughn. Can you give me or us an approximate ratio of billable trips for, we'll say, last year to this year so far?
Billable trips?
Wasn't it 7,000?
Well, no, so that's what we're paid for,
Total
but,
call volume.
but I mean, we have the specific, so I can tell you, this is some of the issues with Medicare, but let's just say, so we billed out for sent directly and then contractual allowed, so approximately, we billed for 7 million, right, on our rates. The problem is Medicare tells you this is what we're going to pay, right? So if we bill for what would be an ALS 2 call, right, it's, I believe, $2,400 plus mileage. They're going to give us $800 and some dollars, and that's it.
I think I may have worded the question.
Are you looking for quantity of trips, not dollars?
Yeah, just
Quantity of
percentages.
billables.
In other words, if it's, last year it was 90%.
Yeah, so last year we were able to bill for approximately 3,900 to 4,000 calls for transports.
That are billable out of the 7,000, roughly.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's good
All right,
enough.
thank you. Dave, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's just a quick follow-up to what I was starting to say on the stabilization. So if it's at zero with stabilization and the apparatus that is refurbished, I imagine you have other engines that are in some kind of a, in line for being replaced. I think they built this stabilization in order to protect us from a huge hit, and I think they run the better part of $1 million when it's time, right? Isn't that why we built?
Yeah, so
that is specifically why we built that stabilization.
No, and I understand that,
Yeah.
and so I agree with you. Right now with this is the quote we got, 450,000. We knew after we bought the last one, there were some changes in the standards and, basically some of the safety in ambulances, regardless.
That's actually not my question.
No, I understand, but yes, I agree with you. The ladder truck, which we will be asking for in the upgrade, is at $2.2 million. We just put in for a grant to try to capture $1 million from the AFG Assistant Firefighter Grant federally. We hold our breath and we cross our fingers, toes, and everything else. But yes, as far as this, that I believe, I don't know who that falls on to put money in that account.
Well, it falls on town meeting, trust me. But I just out of curiosity, though, where are we time-wise? When is that next drop-dead date where we're going to be hitting that date? At what point? Where is that date? Do you have a...
We have a 5-year plan. The town has a 5-year plan.
5-year plan for the next engine?
For
apparatus, yeah.
For apparatus and equipment.
One of those $2 million
If you email it over, I can distribute it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee on Article 23, the ambulance for 400 and... Lauren?
Are all the ambulances ALS equipped?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? Article 23, ambulance, $450,000. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? On Article 23, Fire Department Capital Ambulance, hearing none. Next item, Ladder 2 refurbishment, $200,000. I understand this is to refurb a Ladder 2 rather than buying a new one.
Sure. So this is what we're up against. Not only is there a 4-year wait on the ladder trucks, they're quite expensive. What a lot of departments are doing, and I guess they're getting pretty good luck with it, is they're refurbishing. Now, the refurbishing takes an extended amount of time, about 6 months, but it adds 15 years of life to that truck. And we're in dire need to make sure that we have that. We lost it during an accident for quite a bit of time. We suffered, and we got to the point where we should have probably... We tried to run the old we have a 1988 ladder truck that really, we just kind of crushed it, and it was dead in the water over the past couple months. So I think refurbishing this is a good plan. It's had success. I wouldn't do it if I didn't, trust the chiefs that have already done it, and they've had good luck with it.
Well, I'd like to thank you for doing that rather than just showing up looking for a new ladder. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Especially hearing the price of the new ladder.
Oh, it's insane, yeah.
Any questions or comments from the committee on Article 23, Ladder 2 refurbishment for $200,000? Eric?
I'll just ask one of my usual questions. Just looking at the quote letter, when they say they can do it for 200 and then recommended 10% essentially contingency, but we're just asking for the 200. I mean, are you feeling comfortable? You are not one of my students. I didn't just say comfy.
I like you too, Eric.
But you're comfortable with the 200, not adding any particular contingency there? Not that I want to spend more. I'm just, I don't want you to come up short if, if they, like they say, they discover more issues that need to be dealt with.
Go ahead, you can answer this because I know you did
yeah,
research.
Chief, a year ago it was a $150,000 refurbishment, and we did bump it up to $2,000 at the recommendation of these are unique vendors that work with emergency apparatus. So we do feel comfortable when we told them that we would be looking to get the funding for this upcoming town meeting in May, and this was the number.
We asked for a
we were
projected.
given.
Yeah, we asked for a projected cost, so. Yep, thank you.
All right, Dave, you had a question?
Yeah, I do through you. I just want to make a comment. I think that if we're at zero in that fund, I want to make it, once we get this data about where we are with the life expectancy on these vehicles, that we start to sock away money through town meeting with, I'm not sure if we have an article available to us this year. Is there, we have stabilization, but we don't have
There
that
is not
specific
a fire apparatus stabilization article in the warrant this year.
Right, so we'd have to look at it probably for a different town meeting. But if we get the data, we could start to look at it so we get ahead of it. I don't want to see the town get, face it, nobody in the town is going to say, oh my God, we have to pay $1 million, but they're not going to say no, obviously, but we should at least take a little bit of the edge off of that that hard.
Well, we've done that in the past when there's money. We've done that before.
Tucked it away in that
Yes.
account.
We've done that.
Well,
Ambulance,
that's-
about 2 years ago, was fully funded from
Yeah.
the apparatus
Yeah, I just-
stabilization fund.
Right, so yeah, it was 2 years ago then, right?
So-
I would
so
just like to
we
see it
have
made a
used it
priority that
before.
we start to look at it. We got to get that thing filled up.
We had it filled, and then we spent it 2 years ago. We just have to refill the bucket, that's all. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 23, Ladder 2 refurbishment, $200,000. Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public? Article 23, Fire Department Capital, Ladder 2 refurbishment, $200,000. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Incident Command Vehicle, $90,000. Part of Article 23, Fire Department Capital. Do we have any
So
questions?
this is to replace it, what year is that? Oh.
Excuse me, through the chair again, this is to replace a 2014 incident command vehicle that started as a frontline shift command vehicle, and that's our 24/7. It runs similar to the police department cruisers. It's on the road 24/7, 365. It ran for 6 years in incident command, and it's now been transferred down the line, and it's a fire prevention vehicle that we're keeping together with bubble gum and Band-Aids, and it's time for a replacement. After this command vehicle, we won't be coming back to the board for over 6 years for another command vehicle, and that's by incident command possibly, unless there was a catastrophic incident to one of the vehicles where it was destroyed. But other than that, we're not looking to replace any more command staff vehicles for another 6 years after this vehicle.
All right, 6 years off. All right, any questions or comments from Eric?
I'll ask the Joel question. What's the timeline on this then? Like, once we order it, when do we expect to get it?
So we pretty much eyeballed this. We're actually having pretty good luck with this. We can actually start to move to purchase it, and we'll go through the state bid list, but we'll also look outside that, because I'm realizing, and actually the town manager brought up that that's not necessarily just because it's on the state bid list doesn't mean it's the least expensive. We will need to outfit this. That's included in this cost, right? So we have what we call a command center in the back. The radios, lights, lighting units. There'll be MDTs, mobile data terminals, both in the front and back. But we have had good luck. We had past couple, we've gone out to Holyoke to buy, but we do our due diligence. We find it, and so we're not afraid to kind of look outside the box a little on that. We're just not going to go with the same company, and I feel like some of these companies just think they have you. So they start increasing their cost, but I believe, I think our timeline's been pretty good on this.
I agree with the chief, and we use the government bid list, so we'll go with the best price vehicle that we can find through the government bid list.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee on the incident command vehicle, part of Article 23, Fire Department Capital? Hearing none. I guess that's about everything. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair and the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a wonderful
Thank you for everything
evening.
you do. Thank you.
And I think we've covered all of our stuff for the public hearing. So if there's a motion to close the public hearing, we could...
No, there's
excuse
other
me.
matters. You have...
Excuse me,
Oh, we could do that, okay.
Yeah, so I would like to suggest that we call back the school department. I've since had a chance to go through more of the package that they have given us, and I would like to vet that in the manner that we have done this municipal side. We've spent days going over the municipal side, and I think that we did a very good job, but I think we need to do the same on the school, and I have questions that I would like to ask.
We already had the schools here. The schools were already here for a public hearing.
I also heard that we had the right to call them back. We only had 3 hours, Vaughn, and we've had hours and hours and days, actually.
I have to add to this.
Yes, Dave.
On March 10th, I sent you an email, both you and the vice chair, asking for information. I had 3 questions on this email. I never got a reply from it.
Okay, well, let me see if we got a reply yet. I mean, I didn't check my email before I walked out the door today. Let's see. The 3 questions that you requested.
On March 10th.
Let me see if I can find it here.
And while you're looking for that, I might also add, I have an email out to the town accountant to find out the status of the stabilization fund, but she's been at a conference, and I just heard.
Oh, you sent an email. You sent an email to the town accountant.
Yeah, and that I
wouldn't know
thought I
anything about
copied you too, but
No, you didn't copy me, so I wouldn't know anything about it.
But she's out sick, so I think it's premature to close the public hearings, though.
Yeah, Laura, before you take off, can we just take a vote to close the public hearing? Yeah. Okay, motion to close the public hearing?
No, we're not closing a public hearing. We're continuing a public hearing.
Until what?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing.
For what purposes?
Second.
For what?
Talk to see.
Excuse me, I have questions, Vaughn. What do you mean for
We
what
were
purposes?
just starting to explain to you what we needed, and you are cutting
You
it off.
want to call the schools back?
Yes, what possibly would be wrong with that? It's a $130 million budget. Why would we not do that?
Because we've already had the schools here.
I'm looking for new information.
I have not been able to ask all the questions
We've
that I
already
want.
had the schools here. Everyone's had a bunch of questions. We've already had a public hearing for the schools. We're not going to call them back every day.
We said at that meeting, I was not able to ask all my questions at that meeting.
Why weren't you?
Because you didn't give me a chance, 1, and 2, we were told that we could call them back. And that's what I'm hoping you adhere to.
Why would we call them back? Because you have an extra question?
No, a bunch of extra questions.
None of those were asked then. We're not going to call the schools back. You want to call them back till when?
Vaughn, it is 66, if you take the school and
I'm well
the
aware of the
municipal
math,
side.
but thank you.
I don't think you are in terms of the significance of the budget. They represent 66% compared to 34%. We have spent days on the municipal side and less than 3 hours on the school. I don't understand on any realm
Mr. Moderator,
how you could think that would be
Mr. Chair, could I just
impossible.
interrupt the conversation here? I think we all have to kind of respect each other's comments. The chair is in charge of the meeting. If there's any issue, everybody had plenty of time to ask questions. I think it's only fair for the chair to control the meeting. This is a committee. Some are appointed by the moderator, some are elected by the precinct chairs, or the precincts at the organizational town meeting. I would ask that we all cooperate with each other and work together for the benefit of the town.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to do for the benefit of the town. Well, did you just interrupt me?
Yes, because I asked the chair if I could speak. And that's what I asked.
Okay,
Excuse
but
me,
I'm letting you know
there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you.
But I think it's disrespectful to not pay attention to the chair. This is my comments, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
I don't believe that we should continue the public hearing because we've completed everything in the public hearing. We've completed all the articles, we've completed all the budgets.
I'd like to make a comment that goes to any other matters, because I wanted to ask whether or not you actually think that the structure of this year's Finance Committee, running everything within 2 weeks, is enough time to vet everything we do when we usually start in February. And by the way, when we usually start, I have the floor, and I'm talking about an item on the agenda. Let me please finish. So I'm trying to tell you that we originally said, apparently we don't need subcommittees, which would have triggered meetings starting much earlier in the cycle. And then we said, no, we're not going to have subcommittees. And now all of a sudden it means that we can't have any even full meetings until 2 weeks before we're going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Laurie, you talk about subcommittees like it's the first time.
No,
This is the
no,
fourth consecutive
subcommittees
year that we
aside.
haven't had subcommittees.
Subcommittees aside, you still didn't have a meeting started until 2 weeks before you want to close everything. Everything can't be compressed in 2 weeks, because a lot of the concerns we have could have been vetted and discussed around things like revenue, bigger concerns that have nothing to do with public hearings on a department budget. We could
Mr.
have
Laurie,
been
we
talking
didn't
about
have the
general
revenues at that
challenges.
point. We
Huh?
didn't have revenue sheets at that point. What would we discuss?
We could have had meetings in which we had people in front of us from the accounting office to explain to us questions that we had about revenue, because I think they would have been obligated to do that.
We didn't have a revenue sheet to go over.
No, so...
May I ask a question through you,
We are not bringing the schools back, because then we're going to bring a bunch of other departments back too. We have to get this done. It's not about bringing everybody back.
I'm suggesting you have, let's take up the town moderator's position about respecting all members. There are members on this committee who feel that the budget is not being fully vetted. I understand you think you disagree, and I think we should take it to a vote. We have a motion and a second on the floor, and in the interest of working
What's the motion?
cooperatively.
Motion and a second is to continue the public hearing, to cover nothing, but okay.
We can...
Okay, all in favor of continuing
Well, to continue
Eric,
the public hearing...
the motion and a second on the floor.
In the Great Hall, tomorrow
Any discussion? Eric, do you have anything to add to this?
Well, yeah, kind of a question / whatever. Because I feel like I vaguely remember when the schools were here that because there were still unsettled questions about various cuts and things like that, and I feel like I remember a suggestion that the school department, or excuse me, the school committee might still make amendments to their own budget. Have there actually been any changes to their budget?
No, they have not changed their budget.
Okay,
they met last night, I guess. I think it's 6th, right before they came over here for the other thing.
Okay.
And from what I have understood, they have not changed their budget at all.
Got it.
They didn't increase it. A lot of people thought they were going to, but they didn't. So.
Right, and they're not asking us to make any sort of changes in the rest of the town budget to supplement anything they need, because I feel like that was also an open question at that time.
That's correct. They've not made any requests to change the rest of the budget in order to facilitate anything for them.
Ultimately, because I respect the desire to vet a budget as thoroughly as possible, at the end of the day, though, we have to remember that we don't change the school budget. The school committee sends it to us, and we just vote on the bottom line as far is what I recall.
State law.
So there's really, we can continue asking questions, and I think you should, but that probably should take place at the school committee, since there's really nothing there are no additional changes that we can make, if that makes sense. That would be my recommendation. So I don't know, in that case, that continuing a public hearing stance is practical for us, if that's really at the root of the issue.
Well, we have here, I'll just say 2 points. One is, I don't have all the information because I've been...
I actually got a reply to your questions. I just saw it.
I never saw them.
Just got it today.
And separately, there's $184,000 some odd dollars that is excess above what the free cash number was that they gave back.
Student
New
Opportunity
Chapter 70
Act.
Student Opportunity Act money that came in. So they did not have a vote they only have a vote to say, please, Finance Committee, could you insert these extra, I think there were 4 lines for something called RISE, R-I-S-E. So we're going to end up meeting after closing the public hearing without any more input from the schools.
What more input would you want?
Well, how about the answers to my questions? But now, apparently I just take whatever written, and then I don't have the chance to question it, I guess.
If I may, through you, Vaughn, address Eric's point. You're right. I understand that we only have the bottom line to discuss, but as our town charter that we have here in our Finance Committee handbook that I read, as a Finance Committee, we do have we don't just accept a bottom line. We recommend, and we recommend hopefully in collaboration with both the municipal side and the school side. And further to your point, we grilled for I don't want to misspeak on the number of days we just grilled the municipal side. I'm not looking to grill the schools. I'm looking to get clarifications on questions that I have on the budget, not only for myself, but our constituents, which are 30,000 residents in the town.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other discussion? Motion and a second on the floor to continue the public hearing. All in favor? Okay, 4. All opposed? 5. Okay, so we're not continuing it. Motion, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, do we have a second? Elliot's a second. All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
All opposed? Dave is opposed. Okay. Okay, public hearing is closed. Okay, looking for a motion to adjourn.
I will move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we adjourn. Thank you for watching, everyone at home. Have a wonderful evening. We are adjourned.